Hello everyone and welcome. This is Magic Bloodline speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Voldemort raised Harry Potter as his heir? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. The boy who was taken. The cold Halloween wind scattered dead leaves across Godric's Hollow as Lord Voldemort materialized at the edge of the village. His tall, pale figure moved like a wraith through the shadows, avoiding the warm glow spilling from windows where Muggle children in costume paraded their ridiculous outfits. Disgust curled his lipless mouth. Such frivolity. Such ignorance of the momentous events about to unfold. Beneath a hood that concealed most of his serpentine features, Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with purpose. The prophecy had haunted him for months. A child born as the seventh month dies, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. He had dispatched followers to eliminate both potential threats, the Potter boy and the Longbottom child, but fate had delivered the Potters directly into his hands. Wormtail's information had proven accurate. Their location, their defenses, the Secret Keeper's betrayal, all laid bare. The fools had trusted their safety to a weakling. Now they would pay the price. As he approached the cottage, Voldemort felt a strange sensation. Not fear, he was beyond such petty emotions, but perhaps, anticipation. This night would secure his immortality. One small death to eliminate the only threat the universe had conjured against him. The modest home came into view, warm light spilling from its windows. Through one, he could see James Potter, creating colored smoke rings with his wand to amuse his infant son. The man had no idea death stood mere feet away. No idea these were his final moments. Voldemort drew his wand. The gate creaked as he pushed it open. Inside, he heard Potter's voice, "Lily, it's him. Take Harry and run. I'll hold him off. Hold me off." The arrogance of the man was astounding. A simple unlocking spell, and Voldemort was through the door. James Potter stood wandless in the hallway, arms spread wide as if his body alone could stop the most powerful dark wizard alive. "Step aside," Voldemort commanded, more out of curiosity than mercy. "Never," Potter spat. Voldemort didn't hesitate. Avada Kedavra. Green light flooded the hallway, and James Potter crumpled to the floor, eyes fixed in a final defiant stare. Voldemort stepped over the corpse, following the sound of frantic movement upstairs. In a small bedroom, Lily Potter stood before a crib, arms spread in the same futile gesture as her husband's. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry," she begged. "Stand aside, you silly girl," Voldemort said coldly. Severus had requested he spare her, a curious weakness in his usually calculating servant. "Stand aside now. Not Harry, please. Take me, kill me instead." Patience exhausted, Voldemort raised his wand again. Avada Kedavra. Another flash of green, and Lily Potter fell. The Dark Lord approached the crib where the child, the supposed threat to his power, sat watching him with curious green eyes. No tears, no fear, just interest. Voldemort raised his wand, pointing it between those eyes, ready to eliminate the danger forever. The baby reached out a small hand toward the wand, as if grasping for a toy. Voldemort hesitated. Something about the child's fearlessness gave him pause. Was this merely an infant's ignorance, or something more? The prophecy spoke of power the Dark Lord knows not. What power could this tiny creature possibly possess? A new thought emerged, terrible and tantalizing. What if, instead of destroying this potential threat, he harnessed it? Shaped it? The child was nothing but untouched clay, magical clay of exceptional potential, if the prophecy was to be believed. Clay that Voldemort himself could mold. The idea took root with intoxicating speed. The ultimate victory wouldn't be killing the child of prophecy, it would be turning him into a weapon. His weapon. His heir. Voldemort lowered his wand slightly, studying the boy's features. The green eyes, so like his dead mother's, stared back with an intelligence that seemed beyond his months. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered, testing the name on his tongue. "The boy who was meant to destroy me, shall instead become my greatest creation." With a decisive movement, he scooped the child from the crib. The boy didn't cry or struggle, but continued to watch Voldemort with that unnervingly calm gaze. Outside, Voldemort sensed approaching wizards, Order members, no doubt, responding to whatever alarms the Potters had managed to trigger. He had moments only. With the child secured against his chest, he turned on the spot and vanished, leaving behind the bodies of James and Lily Potter in a house that would soon become a shrine to tragedy. In the years to come, the wizarding world would whisper of the boy who vanished, never knowing he had become the boy who was taken. Again. Voldemort's voice sliced through the dimly lit chamber like a blade. 5-year-old Harry Potter, small for his age but with an intensity in his green eyes that belied his youth, raised his wand again. Sweat plastered his dark hair to his forehead, partially concealing the lightning-shaped scar that Voldemort had never fully explained to him. "Serpensortia." Harry incanted, his high child's voice struggling to capture the commanding tone his master demanded. A small garden snake erupted from his wand tip, landing on the stone floor with a soft thud. It was the 7th snake he'd produced in the past hour, each one marginally larger than the last. Voldemort circled the boy, examining the conjured serpent with critical eyes. "Better. But still inadequate. Your intention lacks force. You must command the magic, not merely suggest it." Harry's jaw tightened, frustration evident in his small features. "I'm trying, Master." "Trying?" Voldemort hissed. "Trying achieves nothing. There is only doing or failing." He vanished the snake with a casual flick of his wand. Again. This time, imagine a viper, powerful, deadly. Feel its form taking shape through your will. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, gathering himself. When he opened them, something had changed, a hardness, a determination that momentarily surprised even Voldemort. "Serpensortia." This time, Harry's voice rang with authority beyond his years. A substantial asp burst from his wand, nearly 4 feet long, its scales gleaming darkly in the torchlight. It reared, hood flaring, prepared to strike. Voldemort's thin lips curved in the closest approximation to a smile they could manage. "Better. Much better." Harry's face remained solemn, but Voldemort caught the slight relaxing of his shoulders. The boy craved approval, though he'd been taught never to show it. "Do you know why I prioritize this spell in your training, Harry?" Voldemort asked, kneeling to bring his face level with the conjured serpent. He hissed softly in Parseltongue, and the snake immediately calmed, curling into a docile coil. "Because we are alike," Harry answered carefully. "We both speak the serpent tongue. It sets us apart from ordinary wizards." "Precisely." Voldemort rose, towering over his young charge. "Parseltongue is the language of power, of Salazar Slytherin himself. It is your heritage through me, though not by blood." Harry's eyes flicked up to meet Voldemort's, a brief, dangerous moment of direct contact before lowering respectfully. "You've made me your heir." "I have given you the opportunity to become my heir," Voldemort corrected sharply. "Whether you earned that title remains to be seen." It had been nearly 4 years since Voldemort had taken the Potter child from Godric's Hollow. 4 years of careful, calculated training. The boy showed promise, extraordinary promise, but Voldemort remained vigilant for any sign of the prophecy's fulfillment, any indication that his experiment might turn against him. "Pick up your wand," Voldemort commanded. "We will now practice the shield charm." Harry obeyed instantly, falling into the dueling stance he'd been taught. Too small to be truly intimidating, yet there was something in his posture that hinted at the dangerous wizard he might become. "I will cast mild stinging hexes," Voldemort explained. "You will deflect them. Each hex you fail to block will serve as its own punishment. Begin." Without warning, Voldemort cast the first hex. Harry's shield came up a fraction too late. The boy winced as the spell caught his shoulder. Inadequate, Voldemort commented coldly. Again. The second hex flew, and this time Harry's shield materialized just in time, the spell dissipating against the magical barrier. For an hour, they continued this brutal practice, with Harry improving steadily despite growing fatigue. By the end, he was blocking 4 out of 5 hexes, impressive for a child his age, but still not enough to satisfy the Dark Lord. Your progress is acceptable, Voldemort finally stated, lowering his wand. But merely acceptable is insufficient. You will practice visualization exercises before sleep tonight. I expect better shields tomorrow. Yes, Master, Harry said, voice steady despite the red welts visible on his arms and face where hexes had connected. Voldemort studied the boy, this curious experiment that had become the focus of much of his attention these past years. Teaching a child was tedious, but the potential rewards, the prophecy child, turned into his own weapon, his successor. It was a victory more complete than merely killing the boy could ever have been. You are dismissed, Voldemort said. Nagini will escort you to your quarters. As if summoned by her name, the massive serpent slithered into the chamber, her scales rasping against stone. Harry showed no fear as the enormous snake coiled partly around him. He'd grown up with Nagini as both guardian and constant threat, never quite certain if she was protecting him or simply waiting for permission to devour him. Come, young speaker, Nagini hissed in Parseltongue. The master wishes you to rest now. Harry replied in the same sibilant language, yes, Nagini. I'm ready. Voldemort watched them leave, the small dark-haired boy and the massive serpent. An odd pair, yet somehow fitting. Both were his possessions, his creatures. Both deadly in their own ways, Nagini already, Harry in potential. When they had gone, Voldemort moved to a high-backed chair facing the room's single window. Outside, darkness was falling over the Albanian forest that concealed his current headquarters. Soon, he would return to Britain in force, but not yet. Not until his secret weapon was ready. He absently traced the outline of his wand, thinking of the boy's progress. Harry was advancing more quickly than expected in some areas, particularly in spells related to combat and control. His facility with Parseltongue had proven useful as well, the boy could command lesser snakes almost as effectively as Voldemort himself. Yet there remained the prophecy, always the prophecy. The power to vanquish the Dark Lord. What was this power? Where might it manifest? Voldemort had taken precautions, the boy's training emphasized absolute loyalty, absolute obedience. Harry knew nothing of his parents beyond that they had opposed Voldemort and died for their foolishness. He knew nothing of Hogwarts or Dumbledore except as enemies to be overcome. Most importantly, Harry knew nothing of love. Voldemort had ensured the boy experienced no softness, no affection that might weaken him or create divided loyalties. Harry's world consisted entirely of lessons, training, punishment, and rare, measured approval. It was a careful cultivation of a human weapon, and so far, it appeared to be working precisely as designed. Harry stood perfectly still in the center of what he had always known simply as the training room. At 7 years old, his small frame had begun to toughen from constant physical conditioning, though he remained lean to the point of gauntness. His face, which might have been open and expressive in another life, had settled into a habitual mask of careful neutrality. Before him stood Barty Crouch Jr. One of the few Death Eaters entrusted with knowledge of Harry's existence and training. Fanatically loyal to Voldemort, Crouch had become a regular presence in Harry's life over the past year, assigned to teach him dueling techniques when the Dark Lord himself was occupied with other matters. Today, Crouch said, his tongue flicking occasionally at the corner of his mouth in that nervous tick Harry had grown accustomed to, we practiced the Cruciatus Curse. Harry's expression didn't change, though his heart rate quickened. He had witnessed the curse many times, sometimes applied to followers who had displeased the Dark Lord, occasionally demonstrated on creatures as part of his education. He knew what it did. He knew its power. Master says I'm ready, he asked, careful to keep any eagerness from his voice. Showing too much enthusiasm for dark magic was as dangerous as showing too little, either could attract unwanted scrutiny. Crouch grinned, a manic edge to his expression. He believes you have the necessary intent now. The cruciatus requires genuine desire to cause pain. Half-hearted attempts produce half-hearted results. From a covered cage in the corner, Crouch levitated a large rat, suspending it in the air between them. The creature squirmed and squeaked, sensing its precarious situation. Watch carefully, Crouch instructed, fixing his wand on the rat. Crucio. The rodent contorted in midair, its small body twisting unnaturally as it emitted high-pitched shrieks of agony. Harry observed dispassionately, noting the technique, the precision in Crouch's wand work. After several seconds, Crouch lifted the curse. The rat hung limply in the air, still alive but trembling uncontrollably. Your turn, Crouch said, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Remember, you must mean it. You must want to cause pain. Harry raised his wand, pointing it at the already suffering creature. This was a test, he knew. Not just of his magical ability, but of his willingness to embrace the darkness his master represented. He thought of his last failure during training, a defensive spell that had collapsed under Voldemort's assault, and the disappointment in those red eyes. The memory kindled something cold and hard inside him. Crucio, he said clearly, channeling that hardness through his wand. The rat twitched but did not convulse as it had under Crouch's curse. It squeaked once, clearly in discomfort but not in the throes of unbearable torment. Not enough, Crouch admonished. You're holding back. Find your hatred, boy. Find your desire to dominate, to punish. Harry's jaw clenched. Failure was not an option. The Dark Lord would hear of this session, and Harry could not bear another night locked in the windowless room that served as punishment for serious inadequacies. He thought of the rat, weak, helpless, destined to serve a purpose greater than itself through its suffering. Just as Harry had been taught that lesser wizards existed to serve the strong, to be tools for those with the power and will to use them. This time, when Harry raised his wand, something shifted in his green eyes, a coldness, a distance, as if he were pulling part of himself away from what he was about to do. Crucio. The rat's body contorted violently, its squeals reaching a frantic pitch that echoed off the stone walls. The curse held for 5 seconds, 10, 15, Crouch's eyes widening with each passing moment at the power emanating from the child before him. Enough, Crouch finally said, sounding slightly breathless. Harry released the curse immediately, lowering his wand with a steady hand that belied the turmoil beneath his controlled exterior. Very good, Crouch praised, genuine respect in his voice. The Dark Lord will be pleased with your progress. Harry nodded once, acknowledging the rare compliment without visible reaction. Inside, however, a complex mix of emotions churned, satisfaction at his success, disgust at what he'd done, and underneath it all, a desperate hope for his master's approval. There is one more test today, Crouch continued, vanishing the rat with a casual flick. The Dark Lord feels it is time you faced a boggart. This announcement did elicit a reaction, a slight widening of Harry's eyes. Boggarts revealed one's greatest fear, something Harry had been trained never to acknowledge, even to himself. Fear was weakness. Weakness was failure. Crouch gestured to a large trunk that Harry hadn't noticed before. In here. Are you prepared? Yes, Harry lied with practiced confidence. Good. Remember your training. Identify the fear, reject it, and cast ridiculous with clear intent. Crouch flicked his wand, and the trunk's lid slowly creaked open. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the darkness within, a figure began to emerge, tall, pale, with gleaming red eyes and a face more serpent than human. Lord Voldemort stood before Harry, wand raised, disappointment and cold fury etched into his inhuman features. Worthless child, the boggart Voldemort hissed. Failed experiment. I should have killed you that night. Harry froze, horror paralyzed his limbs as his worst fear materialized before him, not pain, not death, but his master's ultimate rejection. The knowledge that, after everything, he was still inadequate. Behind the boggart, Crouch's face had drained of color. "Potter! Cast the spell. Now!" The command penetrated Harry's shock. He raised his wand with a trembling hand, desperately searching for a way to make this terrifying vision ridiculous. Ridiculous," he stammered. The spell caught, but weakly. Boggart Voldemort flickered, momentarily shrinking before regaining its terrifying form. "Cast again. Stronger." Crouch urged, panic edging his voice. Harry closed his eyes for a split second, gathering his resolve. When he opened them, determination had replaced terror. Ridiculous. This time, the spell hit with proper force. Boggart Voldemort's intimidating robes transformed into a garish flowered dress, his bald head sprouting pink curlers. For a moment, the absurd image hung in the air, and Harry felt a foreign sensation, the urge to laugh. Crouch quickly directed the boggart back into the trunk, slamming the lid shut with unnecessary force. Silence filled the chamber as both wizard and boy processed what had happened. "The Dark Lord must never know," Crouch finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you understand, Potter? He must never know what form the boggart took." Harry nodded mutely, still shaken. "Your greatest fear should be failure, not the Dark Lord himself," Crouch continued, more to himself than to Harry. "We must adjust your training to correct this misalignment." "I understand," Harry said softly. And he did, showing fear of Lord Voldemort was perhaps the most dangerous thing he could have done. "Tonight, you will meditate on proper loyalty," Crouch instructed. "And tomorrow, we will work further on the Cruciatus. You showed adequate potential." "Yes, sir," Harry replied automatically. When he was finally alone in his sparse quarters that night, Harry sat cross-legged on his narrow bed, attempting the required meditation. Instead, his mind kept returning to the boggart, to the fear that had revealed itself despite years of careful emotional suppression. He feared Voldemort. Feared disappointing him, yes, but also feared the man himself. Was that not natural? Was fear not the appropriate response to power? But Harry knew better than to voice such questions. His world was clearly defined, Lord Voldemort had taken him, trained him, given him purpose. Without Voldemort, he was nothing. This was the first and most fundamental truth of his existence. If that existence was built on fear as much as loyalty, well, that was a complexity Harry had not yet been taught how to navigate. "Your stance is wrong," Voldemort said coldly. "Adjust your back foot." 9-year-old Harry immediately shifted, widening his stance slightly as he faced the animated practice dummy. After 4 years of intensive training, his movements had acquired a fluid precision that belied his youth. The awkwardness of childhood was being methodically trained out of him, replaced with the controlled grace of a duelist. Again, Voldemort commanded. "The sequence as I taught you." Harry moved through a complex series of offensive spells, each flowing into the next with increasing speed. Jets of light, red, purple, sickly yellow, struck the dummy in rapid succession. The magic was still underpowered compared to an adult wizard's, but the technique was flawless. Defindo. Confringo. Incarcerus. Expulso. The final blast caught the dummy squarely in the chest, sending it flying backward until it hit the wall with a satisfying thud. Harry maintained his final stance, wand extended, breathing controlled despite the exertion. Voldemort circled him slowly, red eyes evaluating every aspect of the performance. "Better," he finally said. "Though your Confringo lacks proper containment. The explosion should be focused, not scattered. You waste energy." "Yes, Master," Harry acknowledged, lowering his wand at last. "I'll correct it." "See that you do." Voldemort gestured to a stone bench against the wall. "Sit. We have matters to discuss." Harry obeyed instantly, perching on the edge of the bench, back straight, eyes lowered respectfully. Over the years, he had learned to read the Dark Lord's moods with increasing accuracy, a survival skill as much as a courtesy. Today, Voldemort seemed contemplative. Planning something. "You are approaching an important stage in your development," Voldemort began, pacing slowly before him. "Your magical core is stabilizing. Soon, you will be ready for more advanced instruction." Harry kept his expression neutral, though inside, a flutter of excitement stirred. Advanced instruction meant more power, more knowledge, the things he'd been conditioned to value above all else. "The time approaches when you must begin to fulfill your purpose," Voldemort continued. "Do you know what that purpose is, Harry?" "To serve you, Master," Harry answered automatically. "To help you reshape the wizarding world according to your vision." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved slightly. "A partial answer, but insufficient. Your specific purpose, Harry, is to be my weapon against those who would oppose me. You were born with certain advantages. Advantages I have cultivated." Harry remained silent, sensing there was more. "Before you were born, a prophecy was made," Voldemort said, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper. "A prophecy about a child with the power to defeat me." Harry's eyes widened slightly, his careful composure slipping for a moment. This was new information, dangerous information. "That child was you," Voldemort continued, watching Harry's reaction closely. "Born as the 7th month died, to parents who had thrice defied me. Harry struggled to process this revelation. "I was meant to defeat you." "You were prophesied to have the power to do so," Voldemort corrected sharply. "Prophecies are not absolutes, but possibilities. I chose to reshape that possibility." Understanding dawned in Harry's green eyes. "You took me instead of killing me." "Precisely. Why destroy a potential weapon when it could be turned to my own use?" Voldemort moved closer, looming over the seated boy. "The power that might have been used against me will instead serve me. The ultimate victory over fate itself." Harry absorbed this in silence, mind racing through implications. He had always known he was different, special in some way that had caused the Dark Lord to single him out for personal attention. But to learn he had been born as a potential threat. "Your parents died trying to prevent this outcome," Voldemort added casually. "They fought to keep you from me. They failed, as all who oppose me eventually fail." "My parents," Harry repeated, the word feeling strange on his tongue. The concept of parents was abstract to him, something other people had, not relevant to his existence. "They stood against you. They were members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix," Voldemort explained dismissively. "Deluded idealists who believed in muggle-loving nonsense and blood-traitor policies. Their deaths were inevitable." Harry nodded slowly, filing away this rare information about his origins. Voldemort seldom spoke of Harry's parents or his life before being taken, and Harry had learned early on not to ask. "In 2 years' time," Voldemort continued, "you would normally receive a letter from Hogwarts. Dumbledore still searches for you, believing you might have somehow survived. He must never find you, not until I choose to reveal you." "Will I not attend Hogwarts, then?" Harry asked carefully. The school had been mentioned in his education, but always as an enemy stronghold, never as a place he might go. Voldemort's expression shifted to one of calculated consideration. "That decision remains to be determined. There would be strategic advantages to placing you among the enemy. But you are not yet ready for such deep cover." The implications were clear: if Harry did go to Hogwarts someday, it would be as Voldemort's spy, his secret weapon behind enemy lines. "For now," Voldemort said, "we will accelerate your training. You will begin learning the Imperius Curse tomorrow. Bellatrix will instruct you." Harry suppressed a shiver. Bellatrix Lestrange was the only other Death Eater besides Crouch who regularly participated in his training, and her particular brand of instruction was intense. Her devotion to Voldemort bordered on religious fervor, and she expected Harry to display similar fanaticism. I'm ready, Master, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. We shall see, Voldemort replied enigmatically. You have potential, Harry Potter. Whether you fulfill that potential depends entirely on your dedication to my cause. I live to serve you, Harry recited, the words practiced but delivered with careful sincerity. Voldemort studied him for a long moment, as if trying to see through the layers of conditioning to whatever might lie beneath. Indeed, he finally said. See that it remains so. As the Dark Lord swept from the room, Harry remained seated, his mind processing the revelations of the day. A prophecy. A destined power to defeat Voldemort. Parents who had died opposing the very wizard Harry had been raised to serve. For the first time, questions that had long been suppressed began to surface in his mind. Not doubts, he had been too thoroughly trained for outright doubt, but questions nonetheless. Who would he have been if Voldemort had not taken him that night? What was the power the prophecy spoke of? And most dangerously, was his current path truly inevitable, or was it, like the prophecy itself, merely one possibility among many? Such thoughts were treacherous, and Harry quickly buried them beneath layers of occlumency shields, another skill Voldemort had insisted he begin learning early. Questions were weakness. Curiosity about paths not taken was distraction from the only path that mattered. He was the Dark Lord's heir. The Dark Lord's weapon. That identity had been carved into him more deeply than the lightning scar on his forehead. Wasn't it enough? Again. Bellatrix Lestrange's voice cracked like a whip in the cavernous chamber. Harry, now 10, faced a young wizard bound to a chair in the center of the room. The prisoner, barely more than 20, stared back with naked terror in his eyes. Ministry employee, Harry had been told. Caught passing information to Dumbledore's order. Imperio, Harry incanted for the third time, focusing his will through the wand pointed at the terrified man. The spell took hold. Harry could feel the connection forming, a peculiar sensation like invisible threads extending from his mind to the prisoners. The man's expression went slack, terror replaced by vacant compliance. Good, Bellatrix purred, circling the chair like a predator. Her wild black hair and heavy-lidded eyes gave her the appearance of a deranged crow. Now, make him hurt himself. Harry hesitated fractionally. Physical torture had become a regular part of his training regimen, both witnessing it and, increasingly, administering it, but something about the Imperius felt different. More intimate. More complete in its violation. Bellatrix caught his hesitation. Weakness, little Potter plant, she taunted, using the mocking nickname she devised. Does the baby heir need a nap instead of training? Harry's jaw tightened. Through the mental connection, he commanded, pick up the knife on the floor. Cut your left palm. The man moved jerkily, bending to retrieve a small silver knife that lay beside the chair. Without emotion, he dragged the blade across his palm, opening a shallow but painful laceration. Blood welled immediately, dripping onto his ministry robes. Deeper, Bellatrix instructed, her voice husky with excitement. Make him carve the dark mark. Harry strengthened his mental grip, pushing through the man's faint resistance. Cut deeper. Draw the dark mark on your arm. The prisoner complied, his face still placid even as he began carving the crude outline of a skull and snake into his forearm. Blood flowed freely now, pattering onto the stone floor. Excellent, Bellatrix breathed, her eyes gleaming with approval. You're developing a proper touch with the Imperius, Potter plant. The Dark Lord will be pleased. Harry maintained his concentration, keeping the man under control while observing his own reactions to this exercise. The initial discomfort had faded, replaced by a clinical detachment. This was merely training, necessary preparation for his role in the Dark Lord's plans. Now, Bellatrix continued, make him tell us everything he knows about the Order's current hideouts. Then make him beg for death. For nearly an hour, Harry extracted information from the prisoner through careful commands, forcing confessions and betrayals through the power of the Imperius. By the end, the man's arms were covered in self-inflicted cuts, and Harry had compiled a mental list of potentially valuable intelligence. "That's enough," came a cold voice from the doorway. Harry immediately released the curse, turning to see Lord Voldemort gliding into the chamber. He dropped to one knee, head bowed in the customary show of respect. "Master," he acknowledged. "Rise," Voldemort commanded. "Bella, you may leave us." Bellatrix looked momentarily disappointed at being dismissed but quickly masked it with a deep bow. "As you wish, my lord." She shot Harry a final appraising look before departing, her heavy boots echoing on the stone floor. When they were alone save for the semi-conscious prisoner, Voldemort approached Harry, red eyes assessing. "You controlled him well," he observed. "Your technique has improved significantly." "Thank you, Master," Harry replied, carefully maintaining eye contact. Voldemort had taught him that looking away during praise was as disrespectful as looking away during criticism. "The information you extracted may prove useful," Voldemort continued. "Though I suspect some of it was deliberately planted. Dumbledore grows more cautious with his secrets." Harry nodded. "He mentioned 3 possible locations, but only one with specific details. A trap, perhaps?" "Indeed." Voldemort turned his attention to the prisoner, who was now watching their exchange with returning awareness and horror. "And what should be done with this informant now that he has served his purpose?" Harry recognized the test. His answer would reveal much about his progress, his hardening. "He has no further use," he replied dispassionately. "And he knows my face now. He cannot be permitted to report back." "Correct." Voldemort extended a long-fingered hand, offering Harry his wand. "Complete your lesson." Harry accepted the wand, turning to face the prisoner who now struggled frantically against his bonds, all pretense at bravery abandoned in the face of imminent death. "Please," the man gasped, "I have a family, a daughter, Avada Kedavra," Harry said clearly, pushing all necessary intent through the wand. Green light flashed, and the prisoner slumped in the chair, eyes fixed and empty. Harry lowered the wand, his expression unchanged though something cold and heavy settled in his stomach. This had not been his first killing, that milestone had been passed months earlier with a captured Muggle, but it was his first killing of a wizard. Someone like him. Someone with magic who might, in different circumstances, have been an ally rather than an enemy. "You did not hesitate," Voldemort observed, reclaiming his wand. "Good." "He was an enemy," Harry stated simply. "All who oppose us are enemies," Voldemort affirmed. "And all enemies must eventually be eliminated. This is the reality of power, Harry. The necessary discipline of rule." Harry nodded once, accepting the lesson as he had accepted countless others. Yet deep inside, buried beneath layers of acclimacy and conditioning, a small voice whispered questions he didn't dare acknowledge. Was this truly necessary? Was there no other path? Voldemort seemed to sense something, his head tilting slightly as he studied Harry. "You performed well today, but I sense conflict within you. Speak your thoughts." Trapped by the direct command, Harry chose his words with extreme care. "I was reflecting on the different curses, Master. The Cruciatus brings pain, the Imperius brings control, but the killing curse brings finality. It seems both the most merciful and the most severe." Voldemort's expression remained unreadable. "An interesting observation. The killing curse is indeed distinctive in that regard. It requires certainty, absolute conviction in your right to end another's existence." He gestured to the dead wizard. "Did you feel that conviction?" "Yes, Master," Harry answered automatically, then hesitated. Lying to Voldemort was dangerous, the Dark Lord's legitimacy skills were unparalleled. "But, differently than I expected." "Explain." Harry struggled to articulate what he barely allowed himself to notice. "With the Cruciatus, there is emotion, anger, the desire to cause pain. With the killing curse, I felt nothing. Empty. As if I had to remove myself from the act to perform it." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been approval. You have discovered an important truth, my heir. The greatest power comes not from emotion, but from its absence. Detachment. Clinical precision. He placed a cold hand on Harry's shoulder, a rare physical contact that signified the importance of the moment. This emptiness you describe is the beginning of true mastery. Harry absorbed this, wondering if the hollow feeling in his chest was what Voldemort meant, if this emotional vacuum was something to be cultivated rather than overcome. You progress well, Voldemort continued, removing his hand. In a few months, you will turn 11, the age when wizard children traditionally begin their formal magical education. His red eyes gleamed with some private calculation. It is time to prepare you for the next phase of your training. Hogwarts? Harry asked, unable to completely mask his surprise. Perhaps. The strategic value of placing you among Dumbledore's followers is considerable. Voldemort began to pace, hands clasped behind his back. But you would require extensive preparation. A false identity. Occlumency shields beyond what you currently possess. Careful behavioral conditioning to ensure you can pass as ordinary. The concept was both thrilling and terrifying. Harry had spent his entire remembered life in isolation, interacting only with Voldemort and a handful of Death Eaters. The idea of suddenly being surrounded by other children, by teachers who weren't trying to toughen him through pain, by a world he'd only learned about through books and harsh lessons, it was overwhelming. Do you believe I'm ready for such an assignment? Harry asked carefully. Voldemort stopped pacing, fixing Harry with an evaluating stare. Not yet. But you will be, with intensive preparation. Your resemblance to James Potter presents a challenge. Dumbledore knew your father well. We will need to alter your appearance. Harry unconsciously touched his face. He had seen photographs of his parents, not provided as mementos, but as part of his education about enemies of the Dark Lord. He knew he shared his father's dark, unruly hair and facial structure, though his eyes were unmistakably his mother's. We have several months to prepare, Voldemort continued. Bellatrix and Barty will intensify your training in occlumency and espionage techniques. You will study the backgrounds and behaviors of children your age from appropriate pureblood families. A cold smile twisted his serpentine features. And you will learn to present yourself as everything Harry Potter was never meant to be. I understand, Master. Do you? Voldemort moved closer, looming over Harry. If you are sent to Hogwarts, you will be surrounded by enemies, constantly at risk of exposure. One mistake could destroy years of careful work. The old fool Dumbledore sees much, even without legilimency. I won't fail you, Harry promised, straightening his shoulders. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. We shall see. For now, meditate on today's lessons. Particularly on what you felt, or didn't feel, during the killing. That emptiness is your greatest asset, Harry. Cultivate it. As Harry bowed and turned to leave, Voldemort added, almost casually, oh, and Harry? The prisoner lied to you. He had no daughter. Remember that enemies will say anything to manipulate your emotions, emotions you must not have. Harry paused, processing this additional lesson before nodding once in acknowledgement. As he left the chamber, his steps measured and controlled, he wondered briefly how Voldemort had known the man was lying, or if, perhaps, that too was a lie, meant to further harden Harry against compassion. In his sparse quarters, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed and began the required meditation. As instructed, he focused on the emptiness he had felt when casting the killing curse, examining it from all angles like a curious artifact. Was this emptiness truly power, as Voldemort claimed? Or was it something else, something being hollowed out of him spell by spell, death by death? The question rose unbidden, and Harry quickly suppressed it. Such doubts were dangerous, potentially fatal if Voldemort detected them. Better to embrace the emptiness, to make it his own. After all, what choice did he have? Summer heat pressed against the windows of Malfoy Manor as Harry stood perfectly still, allowing Narcissa Malfoy to make final adjustments to his dress robes. At nearly 11, he had grown several inches in the past year, though he remained somewhat small for his age, a consequence, perhaps, of years spent in underground chambers with little sunlight. "There," Narcissa said, stepping back to evaluate her work. "Much better. You look quite presentable, Alexander." Alexander Heir, the identity created for Harry's potential infiltration of Hogwarts. Son of a reclusive pure-blood family with distant connections to the Sacred 28, homeschooled until now due to his mother's supposed ill health. Every detail had been meticulously crafted over the past months, with the Malfoys playing a central role in his preparation. "Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy," Harry replied with the precise intonation he'd been taught, polite but not subservient, refined but not pretentious. Narcissa studied him with shrewd blue eyes. Unlike her husband or sister, she showed no fear of Voldemort's young protégé, treating him instead with a cool efficiency that occasionally bordered on maternal. "Your posture has improved," she noted. "Though you still have that peculiar intensity about you. Schoolboys do not typically hold themselves as if prepared to duel at any moment." Harry consciously relaxed his shoulders, adopting the more careless stance he'd observed in Draco Malfoy, who was the same age and would be attending Hogwarts alongside him if the plan proceeded. "Better," Narcissa approved. "Draco will join us shortly. Remember, this is merely practice for social interaction. The Dark Lord wishes to observe how convincingly you can portray an ordinary child." As if summoned by his mother's words, Draco Malfoy entered the drawing room, his pale pointed face wearing an expression of barely disguised curiosity. Though they had met several times now, Draco clearly remained uncertain how to behave around this strange boy his father treated with cautious respect despite his age. "Alexander," Draco greeted him with a small nod. "Mother said we're to practice being friends." He couldn't quite keep the question from his voice. "That's right," Harry confirmed, offering the smile he'd been practicing, natural but not overly warm. "I've never attended a proper school before. Your father thought you could help prepare me for Hogwarts." Narcissa moved toward the door. "I'll leave you boys to get acquainted. The house elves will bring refreshments shortly." At the threshold, she paused, giving her son a meaningful look. "Remember what your father explained, Draco." When she had gone, an awkward silence fell. Draco moved to an elegant armchair, sprawling into it with the entitled ease of someone who had never questioned his place in the world. Harry sat more carefully in the chair opposite, analyzing the other boy's posture and attempting to mirror aspects of it. "So," Draco finally said, "Father wouldn't tell me much about you. Just that you're important to him." He didn't speak Voldemort's name, even in the security of his own home. "I'm not supposed to talk about that," Harry replied, which was true enough. His cover would be blown immediately if he discussed his real identity or relationship with the Dark Lord. "Right," Draco nodded, clearly burning with questions he knew better than to ask. "Well, do you know which house you'll be in?" "I'll be in Slytherin, of course. All our family has been." This was safer conversational ground. "Probably Slytherin," Harry answered. The option had been extensively discussed. While placing him in Gryffindor, his parents' house, might have poetic irony, Slytherin would give him access to the children of Death Eaters who could serve as allies and informants. "Good," Draco said with more enthusiasm. "You wouldn't want to be in Hufflepuff, that's where they put all the duffers who don't fit anywhere else. And Ravenclaw's full of know-it-alls." Harry nodded as if this information was new and interesting. In fact, he had studied the Hogwarts houses extensively, along with the castle's layout, the school's history, and the backgrounds of key professors. His preparation had been exhaustive. "What about Quidditch?" Draco asked. "Do you play?" Here was a gap in Harry's training. The Dark Lord had considered sports irrelevant, and while Harry knew the rules of Quidditch, he had never actually played. "Not much opportunity," he admitted. "I know the rules, though." Draco's face lit up with the superior pleasure of having expertise his companion lacked. "I'm quite good. Father says it's a crime that first years aren't allowed their own brooms. I've been flying since I was 6. The conversation continued along these lines, with Draco doing most of the talking while Harry carefully observed and catalogued his mannerisms, vocabulary, and attitudes. This was not so different from the observation exercises Voldemort had trained him in, watching an opponent for weaknesses, assessing how best to blend in or gain advantage. A house elf appeared with a tray of pastries and pumpkin juice. Harry thanked it automatically, then caught himself. Pure-blood children, especially from families like the Malfoys, didn't thank house elves. Draco, fortunately, was too busy selecting the largest pastry to notice Harry's slip. Father says Dumbledore's the worst thing that ever happened to Hogwarts, Draco commented through a mouthful of éclair. Keeps letting in all sorts of riffraff. Muggleborns and half-bloods. He shot Harry a sidelong glance, testing the waters. A disgrace, Harry agreed smoothly, adopting the appropriate tone of disdain. Magic should remain with those born to it. Draco nodded approvingly, relaxing slightly. Exactly. Wait until you see some of them, they don't know the first thing about our traditions. Shouldn't even be allowed wands, really. As they continued talking, Harry found the exercise both educational and strangely disorienting. Here was a boy his own age, raised in privilege and security, whose greatest concern seemed to be whether he'd make the Quidditch team in his second year. Draco's life, sheltered, pampered, normal by wizarding standards, was unimaginably different from Harry's regimented existence of training, punishment, and rare rewards. What would it be like, Harry wondered fleetingly, to have grown up like Draco? To have parents who indulged rather than instructed, who protected rather than tested? The thought was dangerous, and Harry quickly suppressed it. His purpose was not to envy but to observe, to learn how to mimic normal childhood well enough to infiltrate Hogwarts undetected. Their interaction was interrupted by the drawing room door opening to admit Lucius Malfoy and, behind him, a tall, skeletal figure that immediately commanded the attention of everyone present. Lord Voldemort had arrived. Draco went rigid with fear, his face draining of what little color it naturally possessed. Harry immediately stood and dropped to one knee, head bowed in a familiar gesture of respect. Master, he acknowledged. Rise, Voldemort commanded, his high cold voice filling the room. Continue your social exercise. Pretend I am not here. Harry rose, catching the slight tremor in Draco's hands as the boy attempted to appear normal under Voldemort's unnerving red gaze. This, too, was a test. Could Harry maintain his cover while under direct observation by the Dark Lord? We were discussing Quidditch, Harry said, returning to his seat with a deliberately casual air that belied the tension in the room. Draco was explaining why the Holyhead Harpies' defensive strategy is inferior to the Falmouth Falcons. Draco shot him a startled glance. They had discussed no such thing, but quickly caught on. All right, he stammered. The Harpies rely too much on their beaters to protect their seeker, leaving their goal posts vulnerable. As they resumed a halting conversation about Quidditch tactics, Voldemort circled the room slowly, observing from different angles. Lucius Malfoy stood by the door, rigid as a statue, not daring to move without permission. After several excruciating minutes, Voldemort raised a hand, stopping the boys mid-sentence. Enough, he declared. Draco Malfoy, you are dismissed. Return to your quarters. Draco practically leapt from his chair, gave a hasty bow, and fled the room. Lucius followed after receiving a slight nod from the Dark Lord, closing the door behind him. Harry remained seated, waiting for Voldemort's assessment. An adequate performance, Voldemort finally said. Though your knowledge of childish pursuits requires expansion. Your ignorance of Quidditch was apparent. Yes, Master, Harry acknowledged. I'll study it more thoroughly. See that you do. Voldemort took Draco's vacated chair, the expensive furniture suddenly seeming flimsy beneath his imposing presence. Your physical appearance has been successfully altered. The glamours Bellatrix taught you hold well. Harry raised a hand to his face, feeling the unfamiliar contours. His hair, now straight and light brown rather than black and unruly, fell differently around a face that had been subtly reshaped, cheekbones slightly higher, jaw less defined, nose straightened. The famous lightning bolt scar remained hidden beneath carefully applied magical cosmetics. The changes are subtle enough to maintain without constant concentration, Harry confirmed. And I've been practicing the personality traits you approved for Alexander Heir. So I observed. Voldemort's long fingers tapped thoughtfully on the arm of the chair. Yet challenges remain. Your fundamental demeanor betrays your training. You move like a duelist, not a child. You maintain constant awareness of exits and potential threats. Your vocabulary is too advanced, your emotional responses too controlled. Harry absorbed the criticism silently, knowing better than to offer excuses. The decision approaches, Voldemort continued. Whether to proceed with your placement at Hogwarts this year, or to delay until you are better prepared. I believe I can succeed, Master, Harry said carefully. With additional preparation. Voldemort studied him, those red eyes seeming to penetrate straight through to Harry's core. Perhaps. But the risk is significant. Dumbledore has an unfortunate talent for seeing beyond surface appearances. And you would be beyond my direct control for extended periods. This last concern, Harry knew, was the most significant. Voldemort did not easily relinquish control of his possessions, and Harry was perhaps his most valuable one. The potential intelligence value is substantial, Harry pointed out, keeping his tone deferential. Access to Dumbledore himself. Information on the castle's current defenses. Observation of potential recruitment targets among the students. All true, Voldemort acknowledged. And yet. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me honestly, Harry, do you wish to go to Hogwarts? Does the idea appeal to you? The question was a trap. Harry recognized it immediately. Express too much enthusiasm, and Voldemort would suspect independent desires, dangerous autonomy. Show reluctance, and he would appear fearful, unready for the mission. I wish to serve you in whatever capacity you deem most useful, Harry answered carefully. If infiltrating Hogwarts advances your plans, then that is what I wish to do. For a moment, Voldemort's expression remained unreadable. Then his lipless mouth curved in what might have been approval. A diplomatic answer. But not, I think, an entirely honest one. Before Harry could respond, Voldemort continued, You are curious about Hogwarts. About the world beyond these training chambers and safe houses. About children your own age. This is, natural, if potentially problematic. Harry remained silent, knowing any confirmation would be dangerous. Curiosity can be useful, Voldemort mused. It drives exploration, discovery. But it can also lead to distraction, to divided loyalties. His red eyes fixed on Harry's. If I send you to Hogwarts, Harry, you must remember always whose creature you are. The trappings of normal childhood will be a disguise only, never your reality. I understand, Master. Do you? Voldemort's voice dropped to little more than a whisper. You were born to be my enemy, Harry Potter. Instead, I have made you my weapon. But weapons can turn in the hand if improperly forged or handled. He leaned forward. What guarantee do I have that immersion in Dumbledore's domain will not awaken unfortunate tendencies? Harry met those red eyes directly, despite the inherent danger. You have my word, Master. And you have this. He tapped his temple. Everything I am, you have created. I know no other loyalty, no other purpose. Voldemort considered this, then nodded once. We shall proceed with preparations. If your progress continues satisfactorily, you will attend Hogwarts as Alexander Heir when term begins. He rose, towering over Harry. But know this, I will be watching, through means Dumbledore cannot detect. One sign of wavering loyalty, and you will be extracted immediately for retraining. The threat hung in the air between them, its meaning abundantly clear. Harry had experienced retraining before, after minor infractions. The prospect of a full reconditioning program was enough to make even his carefully controlled pulse quicken. "I won't fail you," Harry promised. "See that you don't," Voldemort replied coldly. "Our work has only just begun, my heir. Soon, the wizarding world will learn the price of opposition, delivered by the very child they once hoped would save them." As Voldemort swept from the room, Harry remained seated, contemplating the path ahead. Hogwarts, the place his parents had met, the school they had attended, the institution they had ultimately died to keep him from being separated from. And now he would go there as Voldemort's secret agent, the antithesis of everything they had stood for. The irony was not lost on him, though he took no pleasure in it. Such emotional indulgences had been trained out of him long ago. What remained was purpose, mission, and the driving need to fulfill Voldemort's expectations, not out of love or even fear, but because after a decade of conditioning, Harry knew no other measure of his own worth. He was the weapon, the heir, the taken child. Soon, he would be the infiltrator as well. What he would ultimately become, remained to be seen. Chapter 2, Among Enemies. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with activity as families bid farewell to students boarding the Scarlet Hogwarts Express. Steam billowed around the crowded platform, enveloping tearful parents and excited children in a dreamlike haze. Harry Potter, now Alexander Sayre, stood apart from the chaos, observing with calculated detachment. His trunk sat beside him, containing carefully selected items befitting a pure-blood child raised in isolation, school supplies of good quality but not ostentatious wealth, robes tailored to his slender frame, and books with subtle signs of previous reading. Hidden beneath false bottoms and concealed by complex charms were the tools of his true purpose, communication devices, specialized potions, and dark artifacts that would have immediately revealed his allegiance. "Remember," Lucius Malfoy murmured beside him, maintaining the appearance of a family friend seeing off his charge, "Draco will introduce you to the right sort. Stay close to him initially." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, the polite response of Alexander Sayre masking the trained obedience of Voldemort's weapon. "And mind your interactions with the headmaster. Direct eye contact only when necessary, and never without your shields at full strength." Harry nodded once. The warning was unnecessary, his occlumency barriers were now second nature, maintained even in sleep. Months of intensive preparation had layered his mind with false memories and carefully constructed personality traits, creating a shield around his true purpose that even Dumbledore would struggle to penetrate. "There's Draco," Lucius noted, gesturing toward his son who stood with Narcissa several yards away. "Go now. We're being watched." Harry followed Lucius's subtle glance to see a tall, red-headed man in shabby robes eyeing them with undisguised suspicion. "Arthur Weasley," Lucius explained with contempt. "Ministry employee. Blood traitor. His children attend Hogwarts, avoid them if possible." "Of course." Harry picked up his trunk. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius placed a formal hand on his shoulder, a show for observers, not a gesture of affection. "Your mother would be proud," he said, loud enough to be overheard, continuing the fiction that Alexander's reclusive mother had recently passed away. Harry managed an appropriate expression of subdued grief, then moved toward the train. As he passed near the Weasley family, a veritable sea of redheads, he caught fragments of their conversation. A woman who must be the mother fussing over her children, a pair of identical twins teasing a younger boy, a small girl begging to board the train. Their casual affection was foreign to him, a strange display that Harry observed with the clinical interest of an anthropologist studying an unknown tribe. His own upbringing had contained no such moments, only lessons, punishments, and rare instances of measured approval when he exceeded expectations. "Alexander!" Draco called, waving him over with the casual entitlement of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Come meet Crabbe and Goyle." Harry approached the small group, analyzing the two hulking boys flanking Draco. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, sons of Death Eaters, though not inner circle. Low intelligence, high loyalty, useful as muscle rather than minds. He'd studied their files as part of his preparation. "This is Alexander Heir," Draco announced. "The one I told you about. His family's been abroad, but they're connected to the Blacks on his mother's side." Harry offered a reserved nod to the two boys, who grunted acknowledgments. Neither appeared capable of complex thought, which suited him perfectly, less chance of them noticing inconsistencies in his cover. "We should find a compartment," Harry suggested, glancing at the train. "The good ones will be taken soon." Draco smirked. "Don't worry about that. My father made arrangements." Indeed, they found a compartment at the rear of the train already reserved with a small silver plaque reading Malfoy. Harry stored his trunk efficiently, then settled by the window, watching the platform for anything useful to report. He noticed a bushy-haired girl helping a round-faced boy search for something, the red-headed family saying final goodbyes, and various other students whose appearances matched files he'd studied. The whistle blew, and the train lurched into motion. Parents waved, some children leaned out windows for final farewells, and Harry observed it all with detached interest. This was merely the beginning of his infiltration, the true challenge lay ahead. "Excited about the sorting?" Draco asked, lounging across from him. "Father says it's just a formality for people like us. Slytherin is the only house worth being in." "Naturally," Harry agreed. "Though I've read Ravenclaw occasionally produces worthwhile connections." Draco shrugged. "Maybe. But they're obsessed with books rather than actual power." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Father says this year is especially important at Hogwarts. Something valuable is being kept there." Harry's interest sharpened. This aligned with information Voldemort had shared. Dumbledore was guarding something the Dark Lord wanted. Identifying and acquiring this object was part of Harry's mission. "Any idea what?" he asked casually. "No, but it must be powerful if..." Draco glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, then apparently thought better of continuing. "Anyway, we should focus on making the right impressions. First years rarely get onto the Quidditch team, but Father thinks I might be an exception." The compartment door slid open, interrupting Draco's boasting. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. Harry recognized her immediately from his briefing materials. Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, exceptional academic potential, flagged as a possible threat due to her intelligence and likely allegiance to Dumbledore's ideology. He'd been instructed to observe her capabilities while maintaining appropriate pureblood disdain. "Why would we care about some toad?" Draco drawled, his expression contemptuous. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. "I was just asking. No need to be rude about it." "We haven't seen any toads," Harry interjected, using a neutral tone that neither invited further conversation nor displayed Draco's open hostility. Better to avoid drawing attention through excessive rudeness. Hermione's gaze shifted to him, and Harry felt the peculiar sensation of being thoroughly assessed. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, extending her hand with surprising confidence. "And you are?" Before Harry could respond, Draco snorted. "Granger? Not a wizarding name, is it?" "No, my parents are dentists," she replied, chin lifting slightly. "Is that relevant?" Harry observed the interaction with interest. The girl showed no shame at her Muggle parentage, either from ignorance of pure-blood prejudice or, more likely, from principled rejection of it. Either way, it confirmed her as someone to watch carefully. "Alexander Heir," he said, briefly taking her hand to maintain his cover as a well-mannered if reserved pureblood. "Good luck finding the toad." Something in his measured response seemed to intrigue her. "Thanks. I suppose I'll keep looking. You might want to change into your robes soon. I expect we'll be arriving before long." With that, she departed, closing the compartment door behind her. "Muggle-born," Draco spat once she'd gone. "They're letting anyone into Hogwarts these days. Did you see how she just barged in like she belonged?" Harry made an appropriate noise of agreement while filing away his observations. Hermione Granger had shown intelligence, confidence, and a directness that suggested she would be difficult to manipulate. Potentially problematic. The journey continued with Draco holding court, expounding on his family's influence and his expectations for Hogwarts. Harry participated enough to seem engaged while mentally reviewing his objectives. Primary mission: identify what Dumbledore was protecting and develop a strategy to acquire it. Secondary mission: establish his cover as a legitimate student while gathering intelligence on Hogwarts defenses and key personnel. When the train finally slowed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a momentary sensation he didn't immediately recognize. It took him several seconds to identify it as anticipation, not merely for the mission, but for Hogwarts itself. Quickly, he suppressed the feeling. Personal curiosity was dangerous, a distraction from purpose. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. A booming voice called out as they disembarked. Harry turned to see an enormous bearded man holding a lantern aloft. Rubeus Hagrid, half-giant, Dumbledore loyalist, gamekeeper. Classified as low threat individually but useful for intelligence due to his loose tongue, particularly when drinking. That great oaf, Draco muttered as they approached the gathering first years. Father says he lives in a hut on the grounds and gets drunk every night. Harry followed the crowd of first years down a steep, narrow path that led to the edge of a great black lake. There, a fleet of small boats waited to carry them across to the castle that loomed on the mountainside opposite, its windows sparkling against the star-strewn sky. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called. Harry found himself sharing with Draco, a dark-skinned boy who introduced himself as Blaise Zabini, and a girl named Pansy Parkinson who kept shooting admiring glances at Draco. As the fleet moved silently across the glassy water, Harry got his first clear view of Hogwarts. The castle rose from the mountainside like something from another time, ancient stone towers reaching toward the night sky, countless windows glowing with warm light, the entire structure radiating a sense of permanence and power. Harry had studied maps and architectural plans, memorized the layout and defensive features, but nothing in his preparation had captured the visceral impact of seeing Hogwarts for the first time. For a brief, dangerous moment, he felt something shift inside him, a recognition, as if some part of him were responding to the castle's call. As if he were coming home. The thought was so foreign, so contrary to everything he'd been taught, that Harry immediately reinforced his occlumency shields, burying the strange feeling beneath layers of mental discipline. This was not home. This was enemy territory. He was here as Voldemort's agent, nothing more. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face, along a dark tunnel that seemed to take them right under the castle, and finally to an underground harbor where they disembarked onto rocks and pebbles. Hagrid led them up a passageway and onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They climbed a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes with a stern face. Harry recognized her immediately, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Transfiguration Teacher, and one of Dumbledore's most trusted allies. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide, revealing an entrance hall so vast it could have contained the entire training facility where Harry had spent most of his childhood. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches, a magnificent marble staircase led to the upper floors, and the drone of hundreds of voices came from a doorway to the right, the rest of the school already assembled. McGonagall led them to a small, empty chamber off the hall and delivered a speech about the 4 houses, the sorting ceremony, and the house point system. Harry listened with half an ear, having memorized this information months ago. Instead, he studied his fellow first years, identifying targets of interest. The red-headed boy from the platform, a Weasley, obviously, stood shuffling nervously. The round-faced boy who'd lost his toad looked terrified. Hermione Granger was whispering spells under her breath, apparently reviewing in case the sorting involved a test of magical ability. When McGonagall left them momentarily, excited whispers broke out about how exactly they would be sorted. Harry remained silent, aware that displaying too much prior knowledge would raise suspicions. "My brothers said we have to wrestle a troll," the Weasley boy was saying to no one in particular, his freckled face pale with worry. Several students gasped as ghosts suddenly streamed through the back wall, pearly white and translucent. Harry observed them with clinical interest. Ghosts could be problematic for infiltration, they had long memories and might notice discrepancies in his behavior that living observers would miss. Professor McGonagall soon returned. "Form a line and follow me," she instructed. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Harry positioned himself behind Draco as they walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. The vast room was lit by thousands of candles floating in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led the first years up to this table, so that they came to a halt facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. Harry's gaze was immediately drawn to the center of the high table, where Albus Dumbledore sat in a large gold chair. The headmaster appeared exactly as described in briefings, tall and thin with long silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and an air of benign wisdom that Harry knew masked a formidable magical power and strategic mind. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years, and on top of it, she put a pointed wizard's hat that was patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the sorting hat began to sing. Harry listened to the hat's description of the 4 houses, noting how it emphasized Slytherin's cunning and ambition. When the song finished, McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit with them. Harry watched the process with interest. The hat appeared to make its decision through some form of legilimency, which presented both danger and opportunity. His occlumency shields would need to be perfectly calibrated, strong enough to hide his true purpose, yet subtle enough not to raise the hat's suspicions. The sorting continued alphabetically. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. After nearly a minute, Gryffindor, shouted the hat. Harry noted this with interest. Gryffindor had not been the predicted house for someone of her academic focus. It suggested courage and perhaps recklessness that could be exploited. Draco was called and had barely touched the hat to his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." He swaggered off to join Crabbe and Goyle at the Slytherin table, looking pleased with himself. The names continued until finally, Sayre, Alexander. Harry stepped forward, conscious that fewer eyes turned to him than would have greeted Potter, Harry. His anonymity was an asset. As he sat on the stool, he activated the precise occlumency configuration he'd spent months perfecting, a carefully constructed facade of Alexander Sayre's personality and memories, hiding the truth beneath impenetrable layers. The hat dropped over his eyes, and he heard a small voice in his ear, difficult. Very difficult. A sharp mind, I see. Talent, oh my goodness, yes. But what's this? Such careful barriers, hiding something, are we? Harry maintained absolute mental discipline, offering only the thoughts of Alexander Sayre, ambitious, intelligent, raised in isolation by a pure-blood family with traditionalist values. Interesting, the hat murmured. There's courage here, and intelligence. But such ambition. Such determination. And these shields, most unusual in one so young. Better be. Slytherin. Harry removed the hat, satisfied. The mission remained intact. He moved to the Slytherin table where Draco had saved him a seat, accepting polite applause from his new housemates. As he sat, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, the feeling of being watched. Glancing up at the high table, he met the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore, who was studying him with mild interest. Harry immediately moderated his occlumency barriers, not dropping them, but adjusting them to project the appropriate emotions of an excited but somewhat reserved first year. Dumbledore's gaze lingered for a moment longer than was comfortable before moving on to observe the remaining students being sorted. The brief interaction left Harry unsettled. Had the headmaster sensed something? Or was he simply observing all new students with equal interest? The sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, joining Slytherin. Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with his arms opened wide in welcome. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." As he sat back down, food appeared on the golden plates before them. Harry carefully moderated his reaction to the abundance, taking modest portions while Crabbe and Goyle piled their plates high. "Is he mad?" Harry asked, nodding toward Dumbledore while maintaining an expression of polite confusion. "Completely," confirmed an older student across from him. "Brilliant wizard, they say, but absolutely off his rocker. I'm Marcus Flint, 5th year." He didn't offer his hand, simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Alexander Sayre," Harry replied with equal reserve. "Sayre?" Flint frowned slightly. "Old name, but I thought the line died out." "My branch of the family has been abroad," Harry explained smoothly, reciting his prepared background. "Primarily in Eastern Europe until recently." "Homeschooled, right?" asked a girl who introduced herself as Gemma Farley, a prefect. "That's what Draco mentioned." "Yes, private tutors," Harry confirmed. "My mother preferred it that way." "Well, you're with the right house now," Gemma assured him. "Slytherin looks after its own. You'll find the other houses tend to stick together against us, especially Gryffindor." Harry nodded, adopting an expression of mild disdain when he glanced toward the Gryffindor table. His gaze landed briefly on Hermione Granger, who was talking animatedly to a prefect about classes, and the Weasley boy, Ron, he recalled, who was stuffing his face with roast potatoes. As the meal progressed, Harry maintained the careful balance of his cover, participating enough to seem normal, revealing nothing of substance, and constantly observing. He noted which professors seemed to pay particular attention to the Slytherin table, catalogued the dynamics between older and younger students, and mentally mapped the Great Hall's entrances and exits. When the desserts disappeared and Dumbledore rose again, Harry gave the headmaster his full attention. After the usual start-of-term notices, Dumbledore's tone became more serious. "And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." A few students laughed, but Harry didn't. This, he knew, was related to whatever Voldemort sought. His first lead. "Odd way to make an announcement," Harry commented quietly to Draco. "Almost guarantees curious students will investigate." Draco smirked. "Probably just trying to sound important. Though father did say." He trailed off meaningfully, clearly enjoying having hinted at special knowledge. The school sang the Hogwarts song, a cacophony Harry endured rather than participated in, and then they were dismissed. The Slytherin prefects led the first years down a series of staircases into the dungeons, eventually stopping at what appeared to be a bare stone wall. "Pure blood," said the male prefect, and a concealed door slid open, revealing the Slytherin common room. It was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which round, greenish lamps hung on chains. A fire crackled under an elaborately carved mantelpiece, and several older students were already arranged in high-backed chairs around it. The atmosphere was grand but cold, not unlike some of the training facilities Harry had grown up in. "Boys' dormitories through that door, girls through the other," Gemma informed them. "Your trunks have already been brought up. Professor Snape, our head of house, will address you tomorrow morning before breakfast." I suggest you all get some rest. Harry followed Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, and a boy named Theodore not to their dormitory, a room with 6 four-poster beds hung with deep green velvet curtains. His trunk sat at the foot of a bed near the window, which looked out into the depths of the lake, giving the room a greenish tinge. As the others changed and settled in, Harry went through the motions of preparing for bed while discreetly checking that his trunk's hidden compartments remained secure. When he was certain his roommates were occupied with their own preparations, he palmed a small obsidian disc, his primary communication device, and slipped it under his mattress, activating it with a wandless pulse of magic. Later, when the dormitory had fallen silent except for Crabbe's snoring, Harry closed his bed curtains and cast a silent privacy charm, nothing that would trigger the school's wards against dark magic, but enough to ensure he wouldn't be overheard. He retrieved the obsidian disc and whispered, "Loquier Dominus." The disc warmed in his palm, and a faint green glow emanated from its surface. After several seconds, Voldemort's voice emerged, barely audible, but unmistakable. "Report," the cold voice commanded. "Infiltration successful," Harry murmured. "Sorted into Slytherin as planned. No complications with the sorting hat." Dumbledore showed brief interest but no obvious suspicion. "And the object?" Dumbledore announced the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is forbidden. Claimed entering would result in a very painful death. Likely location confirmed. There was a pause, and Harry could almost sense Voldemort's satisfaction. "Good. Proceed with reconnaissance. Identify protections. Make no attempt to acquire the object without specific instruction." "Yes, Master." "Your mental shields." "Intact. Calibrated as instructed." "Maintain them at all times," Voldemort ordered. Dumbledore may appear whimsical, but his perception is dangerously acute. "Report again in 3 days unless urgent developments occur." "Understood," Harry confirmed. The disc cooled, signaling the end of the communication. Harry returned it to its hiding place and removed the privacy charm. His first report complete, his position secure. Phase 1 of the mission accomplished. Yet as he lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the water of the lake gently lapping against the dormitory windows, Harry experienced another moment of that strange feeling from earlier, a sense that despite everything, despite the mission and his training and his identity as Voldemort's weapon, some part of him recognized Hogwarts as a place he was meant to be. Dangerous thinking. He reinforced his occlumency shields, burying the feeling deep where not even Dumbledore could find it. His purpose here was clear, his loyalty absolute. Anything else was irrelevant. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry's last thought was a quiet determination: he would not fail. He could not fail. Failure meant retraining, and the memory of what that entailed was motivation enough to ensure success. Professor Severus Snape's welcoming address to the Slytherin first-years was precisely what Harry had expected: cold, demanding, and laced with thinly veiled threats about the consequences of embarrassing their house. As head of Slytherin and a Death Eater playing the role of Dumbledore loyalist, Snape occupied a complex position in Harry's mission parameters. He was to be observed but not trusted, a potential asset but also a potential threat. "While you are at Hogwarts, your house is your family," Snape concluded, his black eyes sweeping over the assembled 11-year-olds. "Any disputes between Slytherins remain within these walls. Present a united front to the other houses at all times." His gaze lingered briefly on Harry. Dismissed. As the first-years filed out toward breakfast, Harry felt Snape's eyes following him. The sensation was familiar, the evaluation of a predator assessing potential prey. Harry had grown up under similar scrutiny from Voldemort himself. Snape's attention, while unsettling, was manageable by comparison. "Sire," Snape called just as Harry reached the common room exit. "A moment." Harry turned back, his expression carefully neutral as the other first-years continued without him. "Yes, Professor." Snape waited until they were alone before speaking, his voice barely above a whisper. "Your mother's condition was noted in your admission files. Should you require any specialized potions or assistance during your adjustment to Hogwarts, my office is always open to Slytherin students. The statement was layered with meaning. On the surface, it referenced Alexander Sayer's fictional mother's illness. Beneath that, it potentially offered support for his mission. Or, more dangerously, it could be a test, Snape trying to determine if Harry was truly who he claimed to be. "Thank you, sir," Harry replied with precisely calculated gratitude. "Mother prepared me well for Hogwarts, but I appreciate knowing I can come to you if needed." Snape's expression remained unreadable. "Indeed. I knew several members of the Sayer family in my youth. Talented potion makers, as I recall." Another test. Harry didn't flinch. "My grandfather was particularly skilled in that area. Though I'm told my talents lie more in defense." "We shall see," Snape said simply. "You may go." Harry nodded respectfully and departed, mentally filing the interaction away for his next report. Snape was probing, which meant either suspicion or merely the caution of a spy accustomed to verifying information. Either way, Harry would need to be exceptionally careful around the potions master. The Great Hall was already filled with students when Harry arrived. He took a seat beside Draco, who was complaining about the quality of the pumpkin juice compared to what the house elves served at Malfoy Manor. "And our schedules are atrocious," Draco continued, sliding a piece of parchment toward Harry. "Look, we have potions with the Gryffindors. Father says Dumbledore deliberately pairs Slytherin with Gryffindor to provoke conflicts." Harry examined his schedule, mentally calculating how each class might advance his mission. Potions with Snape would provide opportunities to observe the professor's loyalties more closely. Defense against the dark arts might reveal what countermeasures Hogwarts employed against dark magic. Astronomy offered nighttime access to higher vantage points within the castle. "At least we have Snape for potions," Harry commented, maintaining his cover. "He'll favor us over Gryffindor." Obviously, Draco smirked. "My father says Snape can barely stand to look at Gryffindors. Especially the Muggleborns." Harry's attention was drawn to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione Granger was already surrounded by books, apparently studying even before classes began. The Weasley boy sat near her, though they weren't interacting, instead he was talking animatedly with several other first-year boys. Something about the scene, the casual camaraderie, the absence of calculation in their interactions, struck Harry as foreign. In his world, every relationship served a purpose, allies were assets, nothing more. These children formed connections based on, what? Shared interests. Simple proximity. The concept felt alien. "First class is charms with Flitwick," Theodore not observed, interrupting Harry's thoughts. "My father says he's soft on discipline but knows his subject." "Better than starting with herbology," Blaise Zabini added. "Imagine getting dirt under your nails first thing in the morning." Harry participated in the conversation with appropriate comments while internally mapping his strategy for the day. Establish his academic baseline, competent but not suspiciously advanced. Begin cataloging student relationships and hierarchies. Locate and memorize routes to the third-floor corridor. Classes proceeded much as Harry had anticipated. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, squeaked excitedly when reading Alexander Sayer's name during roll call, apparently recognizing the old pure-blood lineage. Harry demonstrated just enough skill with the introductory charm work to earn Slytherin 5 points without drawing undue attention. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved more challenging, not magically, but in terms of maintaining his cover. Years of intensive training had given Harry proficiency far beyond first-year level, and deliberately underperforming required constant vigilance. When tasked with turning a match into a needle, he carefully ensured his first 2 attempts showed incomplete transformation before producing an acceptable result on his 3rd try. "Well done, Mr. Sayer," McGonagall acknowledged with a slight nod. "Clean transfiguration. Continue practicing precision in your wand movement." Across the classroom, Hermione Granger had also succeeded, earning a rare smile from the strict professor. Harry noted this with interest. The Muggle-born witch showed natural talent that matched his own carefully moderated display. Worth monitoring. Between classes, Harry executed his secondary objective, mapping the castle. While other first-years complained about getting lost in Hogwarts' labyrinthine corridors, Harry methodically memorized each route, identifying shortcuts, bottlenecks, and potential escape paths. By lunchtime, he had located 3 different approaches to the forbidden third-floor corridor, though he made no attempt to enter it yet. Reconnaissance first, infiltration later. After lunch came their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Quirrell, whose turban and pronounced stutter had already become subjects of mockery among students. The classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which Quirrell claimed was to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. Harry took a seat near the back, alert for any useful information about Hogwarts' defensive measures. As Quirrell began a halting lecture on basic defensive theory, Harry felt a strange sensation, a slight pressure behind his scar, almost like a headache beginning to form. He strengthened his occlumency shields instinctively, and the sensation receded. Curious. Something about Quirrell, or perhaps the classroom itself, had triggered a reaction in his scar. This was new. The mark had never bothered him before except when Voldemort himself had directly touched it during particularly intense training sessions. Harry made a mental note to include this in his next report. Any unusual magical interaction could be significant, particularly regarding the scar that connected him to the Dark Lord. The lesson itself proved disappointingly basic. Quirrell seemed more interested in telling far-fetched stories about his encounters with dark creatures than teaching actual defensive magic. Harry observed his classmates' reactions, noting which students appeared to believe the professor's tales and which showed skepticism. Draco was openly contemptuous, whispering to Crabbe that his father had called Quirrell a disgrace to the position. Theodore Nott looked bored but took careful notes anyway. Blaise Zabini seemed to be fighting sleep. As they filed out after class, Harry deliberately dropped his quill near Quirrell's desk, lagging behind the other students. When he straightened up after retrieving it, he found the professor watching him with an intensity that belied his usual nervous demeanor. Mr. Heir, Quirrell stammered. An interesting name. Related to the American Heirs? Distantly, sir, Harry replied, studying the professor. Something felt off about Quirrell, the stutter seemed almost performative, and the nervous mannerisms didn't quite reach his eyes. Fascinating family history, the Heirs, Quirrell continued. Particularly their work with certain branches of magic. The comment was peculiar, specific enough to suggest Quirrell knew something about the real Heir family that Harry might not, yet vague enough to be dismissed as academic interest if Harry didn't react. My mother didn't discuss family history much, Professor, Harry said carefully. She preferred practical applications to genealogy. Wise woman, Quirrell nodded, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. Practical magic is what sustains us, after all. The pressure behind Harry's scar returned, stronger this time. He maintained his neutral expression through practiced discipline, but the sensation was distinct, and somehow familiar, though he couldn't place why. I should get to my next class, Professor, Harry said, stepping back. Of course, Mr. Heir. Do come by if you have questions about practical applications. Harry nodded politely and left, his mind working through the strange interaction. Quirrell had singled him out, tested his knowledge of the Heir family, and somehow triggered a reaction in his scar. Suspicious, to say the least. Another element to investigate. The remainder of the day passed without incident. By dinner, Harry had established his position among the Slytherin first years, respected but not dominant, competent but not threatening to Draco's perceived leadership. The perfect position for observation and information gathering. At the Slytherin table, conversation revolved around classes, professors, and particularly the Forbidden Corridor. Older students shared theories about what might be hidden there, ranging from mundane, confiscated dark artifacts, to outlandish, experimental creatures bred by Hagrid. My father says Dumbledore's storing something for Nicholas Flamel, a third-year girl whispered conspiratorially. Something valuable enough to need special protection. Harry absorbed this without visible reaction, though internally he filed away the name. Nicholas Flamel, renowned alchemist, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. If Flamel was involved, the hidden object's significance increased substantially. Whatever it is, Dumbledore's mad to keep it in a school, Marcus Flint commented. Gemma saw Filch reinforcing the door with additional locks yesterday. Locks. Merely the first layer of protection, surely. Harry would need to determine what other safeguards were in place before attempting access. His planning was interrupted by movement at the Gryffindor table. Hermione Granger had stood up abruptly, gathering her books with tears visibly threatening. As she hurried from the Great Hall, Harry caught fragments of conversation from nearby Gryffindors. Complete nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. The Weasley boy looked uncomfortable but didn't contradict his housemates. Harry observed the interaction with detached curiosity. Emotional dynamics among students could provide useful leverage, and the intelligent Muggleborn which being isolated from her peers might create exploitable vulnerabilities. After dinner, Harry retreated to the Slytherin common room with the other first years. While Draco held court near the fire, regaling Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson with tales of his family's influence, Harry selected an armchair slightly removed from the group and opened a Transfiguration text, appearing to study while actually continuing his observations. The Slytherin hierarchy was becoming clearer. Seventh years commanded the prime seating areas, prefects maintained order while cultivating allies for post-graduation connections, and even among first years, the pecking order was already establishing itself based on family name, wealth, and demonstrated magical ability. Harry's positioning as the quiet, competent transfer student with a respectable bloodline but no established British connections placed him perfectly for his purposes, interesting enough to be included, unremarkable enough to avoid scrutiny. As curfew approached, Harry excused himself to the dormitory. With his roommates still socializing in the common room, he had a brief window for his first unauthorized exploration of the castle. He cast a disillusionment charm, advanced for a first year but necessary for his mission, and slipped out through the common room, timing his exit to coincide with a group of sixth years returning from the library. The disillusionment wasn't perfect. Someone looking directly at him might notice a slight distortion in the air. But it would be sufficient to avoid casual observation from portraits and ghosts. Harry moved silently through the dungeon corridors, ascending toward the main floors of the castle. His destination was the third-floor corridor, not to enter, but to assess the exterior defenses. Understanding what he faced would be crucial for later infiltration. Harry encountered few obstacles as he made his way upward. A prefect patrol on the second floor was easily avoided, and Peeves the poltergeist was occupied harassing students in the library, according to snippets of conversation Harry overheard from passing Ravenclaws. The corridor itself was deserted when Harry reached it, the silence broken only by the distant hooting of owls from the direction of the Ollery. He approached cautiously, extending his magical senses as he'd been trained to do, feeling for wards or alarm spells. There, a thin line of detection magic across the corridor's entrance, subtle but unmistakable. Crossing it would likely trigger an alert to Dumbledore or Filch. Beyond that, a heavy wooden door reinforced with multiple locks was visible at the corridor's end. Harry didn't approach the detection line, instead observing from a safe distance. The magical signature of the ward was complex, Dumbledore's work, almost certainly. Bypassing it would require careful preparation and timing. A sound from around the corner sent Harry pressing into the shadows. Moments later, Professor Snape appeared, his black robes billowing as he strode toward the forbidden door. He paused at the ward line, waved his wand in a complex pattern that temporarily created a gap in the defenses, and continued to the door. Harry observed as Snape performed another series of spells on the locks, eventually opening the door just enough to peer inside. Whatever he saw caused his face to twist with displeasure before he carefully resealed the entrance and restored the wards. As Snape departed, Harry noted the professor was walking with a slight limp, a recent injury, not present during their morning interaction. Interesting. Had Snape encountered something dangerous while checking the protections? Having gathered sufficient initial intelligence, Harry began making his way back to the Slytherin dormitory. As he descended to the second floor, however, he heard a muffled sound coming from a nearby bathroom, crying, barely audible. Normally, Harry would have ignored it completely. An emotional student held no relevance to his mission. But something made him pause, perhaps the realization that investigating might provide useful information about student vulnerabilities. Intelligence gathering required thoroughness, after all. He approached the bathroom door, which was marked with a sign indicating it was for girls. The crying was clearer now, punctuated by hiccuping breaths. Harry hesitated, then cast a small revealing charm to identify who was inside without entering. The magical signature revealed was familiar: Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born Gryffindor whose intelligence had already marked her as someone to watch. She was alone, apparently having hidden herself away after the incident at dinner. Harry considered the situation clinically. An isolated, emotionally vulnerable student with above-average magical potential. If properly approached, she could become an unwitting source of information about Gryffindor and, potentially, about Dumbledore, who seemed to favor that house. The strategic move would be to establish contact, present himself as sympathetic despite house rivalries, and begin cultivating her as an asset. It was textbook infiltration methodology: identify isolated targets, provide what they lack, in this case, friendship, and exploit the resulting loyalty. Yet as Harry prepared to implement this strategy, something unexpected happened. A memory surfaced: himself at 7 years old, locked in a dark room as punishment for failed performance in a training exercise. Hours of isolation, hunger, and the crushing weight of disappointment. No comfort offered, no reassurance that things would improve. Just darkness and the knowledge that he had failed. The memory triggered an unfamiliar sensation, a tightness in his chest, a momentary identification with another's pain that his training had specifically sought to eliminate. Empathy, or something dangerously close to it. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields, pushing the disconcerting feeling away. This was weakness, nothing more. The girl's distress was merely a potential opportunity for mission advancement, not something to relate to. Before he could decide on a course of action, footsteps approached from the adjacent corridor. Harry pressed himself against the wall, disillusionment charm still active, as Professor McGonagall passed by, apparently on evening rounds. The deputy headmistress paused near the bathroom, clearly hearing the same sounds Harry had. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open gently. "Miss Granger?" McGonagall's voice carried into the corridor, her usual strictness softened. "Are you all right?" Harry couldn't hear Hermione's response, but McGonagall's next words were clearer. "I see. Words can hurt more than hexes sometimes, can't they? Come now, dry your eyes. These early weeks are difficult for everyone, even those who don't show it." Their conversation continued more quietly, but Harry had heard enough. McGonagall would handle the situation, eliminating both the opportunity and the necessity for his intervention. A convenient resolution that allowed him to maintain mission focus without navigating unfamiliar emotional territory. He continued toward the dungeons, relieved to find the common room nearly empty as curfew approached. Only a few older students remained, none paying attention as the entrance wall slid open apparently on its own. In the dormitory, Harry's roommates were already in their beds, though not yet asleep. Draco was holding forth about his family's collection of rare magical artifacts, while Theodore not occasionally interjected with skeptical questions. Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm in the shadows near his bed, then made a show of emerging from the bathroom as if he'd been there all along. He climbed into bed, closed the curtains, and cast a subtle privacy charm before retrieving the obsidian communication disc. "Locure Dominus," he whispered. The disc warmed, but instead of Voldemort's voice, it remained silent for several moments before producing a different familiar sound, Bellatrix Lestrange's breathless tones. "Little Potter Plant," she crooned softly. "The Dark Lord is occupied with important matters. You report to me tonight." Harry controlled his surprise. This was unexpected, but not concerning. Bellatrix was inner circle, authorized to receive intelligence. Understood. Initial reconnaissance of the third-floor corridor complete. Detected exterior wards, multiple locks. Snape observed checking protections, appeared to sustain a minor injury in the process. Snivelus is playing guardian dog, is he? Bellatrix's disdain was evident even through the disk's muted connection. What of Dumbledore? Limited interaction thus far. He watches the Slytherin table with particular attention during meals. No direct contact yet. And your cover? Secure. Yes, Harry confirmed. Successfully integrated with Slytherin first years. Academic performance calibrated to avoid suspicion. No challenges to identity so far, though Snape made veiled inquiries about the Heir family. Bellatrix hissed softly. Careful with that one. The Dark Lord trusts him, conditionally. Provide no openings. Never, Harry affirmed. There's one other matter. Professor Quirrell showed unusual interest in me today. And my scar reacted in his presence. A long silence followed this revelation. When Bellatrix spoke again, her voice had lost its playful edge. Describe the reaction precisely. Pressure, similar to the beginning of a headache, localized behind the scar. It intensified when Quirrell maintained eye contact. This information will be conveyed directly to the Dark Lord, Bellatrix said, suddenly formal. Continue observation of Quirrell. Report any further incidents immediately. Understood. The Dark Lord is pleased with your progress thus far, little heir, Bellatrix added, her tone warming slightly. Don't disappoint him. The threat beneath the praise was clear, as always with Bellatrix. The disk cooled, signaling the end of the communication. Harry returned it to its hiding place, his mind working through the implications of their exchange. Bellatrix's reaction to the information about Quirrell suggested significance beyond what Harry had assumed. The defense professor warranted closer observation. As for Snape's injury and the corridor protections, that aligned with expectations, whatever Dumbledore was guarding, it wasn't merely locked away but actively defended. And then there was the unexpected reaction to Hermione Granger's distress. That required analysis too, not for his report, but for his own operational security. Emotional responses compromised judgment. He would need to be more vigilant in suppressing such weaknesses. Yet as Harry drifted toward sleep, the memory of his own childhood isolation surfaced again, alongside the image of the crying girl. Something about the parallel disturbed him in ways his occlumency couldn't quite suppress. It was the first night of many when Harry's dreams would blur the lines between his mission and memories he'd spent years trying to bury. The following weeks established a rhythm to Harry's Hogwarts infiltration. By day, he maintained his cover as Alexander Heir, competent student, reserved Slytherin, peripheral member of Draco Malfoy's social circle. By night, he conducted careful reconnaissance of the castle, mapping secret passages, observing patrol patterns, and gathering intelligence on the third-floor corridor's protections. His weekly reports to Voldemort were concise and productive. The Dark Lord seemed pleased with his progress, particularly with the information Harry had gathered about Nicholas Flamel's connection to the hidden object. The Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort had whispered through the communication disc, cold satisfaction evident in his voice. Dumbledore believes he can protect it within Hogwarts. His arrogance will be his downfall. With confirmation of the stone's identity, Harry's mission parameters had narrowed: determine all protective measures surrounding the stone, develop a retrieval plan, and await Voldemort's command to execute it. Straightforward, if not simple. What proved less straightforward was maintaining emotional detachment in an environment that constantly challenged his conditioning. Hogwarts was not like the isolated training facilities where Harry had spent his childhood. Here, he was surrounded by normal children experiencing normal development, forming friendships, experiencing setbacks, navigating social hierarchies based on something other than fear and power. The experience was educational in unexpected ways. On Halloween morning, Harry woke to the smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the castle. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick announced they were ready to start making objects fly, something Harry had mastered years earlier but now had to pretend was challenging. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important too." Harry was paired with Blaise Zabini, who approached the lesson with aristocratic boredom. At a nearby table, Draco was partnered with Theodore Knott, both already arguing about proper technique despite neither having successfully levitated their feather. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry incanted after several deliberately failed attempts, making a show of concentration as the feather rose gracefully into the air. "Well done, Mr. Sayer." Flitwick beamed. "See here, everyone, Mr. Sayer's got it." From across the room came a frustrated exclamation as Ron Weasley, paired with Hermione Granger, failed repeatedly with the charm. Harry observed their interaction with detached interest as Hermione corrected Ron's pronunciation, leading to an argument that left her looking hurt and him fuming. After class, Harry followed several paces behind Ron and his friends as they made their way to the next lesson. Ron was still complaining loudly about Hermione. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," Ron said to another Gryffindor boy as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and even from the brief glimpse of her face, Harry could tell she was in tears again. "I think she heard you," the other boy said uncomfortably. "So?" Ron replied, looking slightly uncomfortable himself. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Harry watched Hermione disappear into the crowd, noting the incident with clinical detachment. The girl's continued isolation could prove useful. Emotional vulnerability created opportunities for manipulation, standard intelligence tactics. Yet again, that unwelcome feeling from before surfaced, a strange echo of recognition in her distress. Harry suppressed it firmly. Mission focus required emotional discipline. Throughout the day, Harry noticed Hermione's absence from classes. As he entered the Great Hall for the Halloween feast that evening, he overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. The feast was spectacular, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats swooping overhead, golden plates suddenly filled with every imaginable delicacy. Harry participated with appropriate enthusiasm, maintaining his cover while internally monitoring the high table where the professors sat. Dumbledore seemed particularly cheerful, engaged in animated conversation with tiny Professor Flitwick. Snape looked dour as ever, while Quirrell appeared more nervous than usual, his turban slightly askew. Harry's scar prickled faintly whenever Quirrell's back was turned toward him, a peculiarity he'd noted in previous weeks but still couldn't explain. The reaction was mild enough to manage without visible discomfort, but consistent enough to report. The Halloween celebration was interrupted when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore set off purple firecrackers from his wand and called for silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." The Slytherin prefects looked at each other in alarm. "Our dormitories are in the dungeons." Gemma Farley protested to no one in particular as students began rising from their seats. "Slytherin House will remain in the Great Hall until the dungeons are secured," Professor Snape announced, suddenly appearing beside their table. "Prefects, maintain order." As the other houses filed out, Harry's mind immediately recalculated mission parameters. A security breach like this created both risk and opportunity. The professors would be distracted, potentially leaving the third-floor corridor with reduced protection. Conversely, being confined to the Great Hall limited his movement options. Then, a realization struck him. Hermione Granger was still in the bathroom, unaware of the danger. The teachers didn't know, and her fellow Gryffindors appeared to have forgotten in the chaos. The isolated Muggleborn would make an easy target for a mountain troll. This presented an unexpected opportunity. If the girl were injured or killed, it would eliminate a potential threat. Her intelligence and observational skills had already marked her as someone who might eventually notice inconsistencies in his cover. Yet even as this cold calculation formed, Harry found himself strangely uncomfortable with it. Tactical elimination of threats was one thing, allowing a preventable death through inaction seemed inefficient. And if Dumbledore discovered a student had known of the danger and done nothing, it might draw unwanted attention. More importantly, from a purely strategic perspective, Hermione alive and grateful could be more valuable than Hermione dead. A life debt was powerful leverage. Harry made his decision. As the prefects organized the remaining Slytherins into orderly groups, he slipped away, using the skills honed through years of stealth training to blend into shadows and avoid detection. Within moments, he was in the corridor outside the Great Hall, moving silently toward the girls' bathroom where Hermione had last been reported. The castle was eerily quiet, the usual chatter of students replaced by distant shouts of professors coordinating their troll hunt. Harry moved efficiently, taking the most direct route while remaining alert for both the troll and patrolling teachers. As he turned a corner, a horrible smell reached his nostrils, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. Then he heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, a massive figure emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrifying sight. 12 feet tall, its skin dull granite gray, its lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head perched on top. The smell emanating from it was incredible, matched only by the stupidity evident in its tiny eyes. It dragged a huge wooden club along the floor, scraping against the stone. The troll wasn't in the dungeons anymore. It was heading straight for the bathroom where Hermione was hiding. Harry assessed the situation rapidly. Direct confrontation with a mountain troll was inadvisable. Even with his advanced training, the creature's magic resistance and immense strength posed significant challenges. His wand was ready, but the optimal strategy would be to alert Hermione and facilitate an escape rather than engaging the troll directly. He slipped past the creature while it was distracted by a painting, reaching the bathroom door just as a high, petrified scream echoed from within. Harry burst through the door to find Hermione Granger shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Granger!" Harry called sharply. "Move! Now!" Hermione seemed frozen in shock, unable to respond to his command. The troll was between them, blocking any direct rescue attempt. Harry needed to draw its attention. Flipendo, he cast, sending a knockback jinx at the troll's head. The spell connected with minimal effect, but it was enough to make the creature turn toward him, away from Hermione. "Run for the door," Harry ordered, backing up to maintain distance from the now advancing troll. "Go get a professor." But Hermione remained paralyzed against the wall, terror overriding rational thought. The troll, confused by having two targets, hesitated momentarily before deciding Harry was the more immediate threat. It lumbered toward him, club raised. Harry dove sideways as the club smashed into the spot where he'd been standing, shattering porcelain and splintering wood. He came up in a combat stance, mind racing through options. Basic offensive spells would have little effect against a troll's magic-resistant hide. He needed something more creative. Aguamenti, he cast, directing a powerful jet of water at the floor beneath the troll's feet. Then immediately, Glacius. The water froze instantly, creating a slick surface that caused the troll to lose its footing. The massive creature wobbled precariously, arms windmilling as it struggled for balance. Its club swung wildly, smashing more fixtures. Harry used the momentary advantage to dart toward Hermione, grabbing her arm. "We need to move," he hissed. "Now." The physical contact seemed to snap her from her paralysis. How did you, why are you?" Questions later, Harry cut her off, pulling her toward the door. That ice won't hold it long. Indeed, the troll had already regained some stability, its weight cracking the frozen floor. It roared in frustration, eyes fixing on them with renewed anger. Just as they neared the door, it slammed open to reveal Ron Weasley, wand drawn, face pale but determined. He froze at the sight of Harry, clearly confused by the Slytherin's presence. "What are you doing here, Heir?" he demanded. "Saving her life," Harry replied tersely. "Help or get out of the way." The troll chose that moment to charge, having found solid footing again. Ron's eyes widened as the massive creature bore down on them, club raised high. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Ron shouted, pointing his wand at the troll's club. To Harry's surprise, the levitation charm worked perfectly. The club flew suddenly from the troll's grasp, rose high into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot, then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Silence fell as the three students stared at the fallen troll. Harry was the first to recover, quickly assessing the creature to confirm it was merely unconscious, not dead. A student killing a troll, even in self-defense, would draw far too much attention to his combat skills. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "Just knocked out," Harry confirmed, keeping his tone neutral despite his surprise at Weasley's effective spell work. "Good charm work," he added, the acknowledgement calculated to build potential trust. Ron looked both pleased and confused by the compliment from a Slytherin. Before he could respond, a sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room, taking in the scene with varying degrees of shock. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, examining it with a clinical eye while occasionally shooting suspicious glances at Harry. McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry with an expression that mingled fury and disbelief. "What on earth were you thinking?" said Professor McGonagall, cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look that demanded explanation. Harry maintained calm neutrality, mind working rapidly to formulate the optimal response, one that would satisfy the professors without revealing his true capabilities or purpose. But before anyone could speak, a small voice came from the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione had finally managed to get to her feet. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Harry concealed his surprise perfectly, but internally he was reassessing Hermione completely. The Gryffindor was lying to a professor, to protect him and Weasley. Unexpected. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," Hermione continued. "Ron lifted its club with a levitation charm, and Heir distracted it when it was cornering me. They didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the three of them. "Miss Granger, foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head, accepting the rebuke as payment for her lie. McGonagall then turned to Ron and Harry. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Heir, while I still say you were lucky, not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this." Harry nodded respectfully, maintaining perfect composure while internally calculating the implications of this development. Dumbledore's attention was a double-edged sword, potentially granting him access to more information, but also increasing scrutiny. "Mr. Heir," Snape spoke suddenly, his black eyes boring into Harry's. "Explain your presence here, so far from where Slytherin students were instructed to remain." Harry met Snape's gaze with carefully modulated occlumency shields, just enough to prevent intrusion while avoiding the suspiciously blank mind of a trained occlumens. "I overheard Gryffindors mentioning Granger was in the bathroom, unaware of the troll," Harry explained calmly. "When the announcement came, I realized she'd be in danger. I intended to alert a professor, but when I heard screaming, there wasn't time. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. Most Slytherins wouldn't risk themselves for a Gryffindor. I don't believe house rivalries should extend to life-threatening situations, sir, Harry replied, projecting earnest conviction. It was a calculated response, reinforcing his cover as someone slightly outside typical Slytherin attitudes while maintaining plausible motivation. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Well said, Mr. Sayer. 5 more points to Slytherin for that sentiment. Now, all 3 of you should return to your houses. Students are finishing the feast in their common rooms. As they left the bathroom, Quirrell remained seated on the toilet, still pale and trembling, while Snape examined the unconscious troll with a suspicious frown. In the corridor, an awkward silence fell between the 3 students. Thanks, Ron finally mumbled, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. For helping Hermione. Yes, thank you, Hermione added, her voice small but sincere. Why did you come looking for me? Slytherins don't usually. You were in danger, Harry said simply, offering the most basic explanation that aligned with his cover. House doesn't matter in that situation. The response seemed to impress both Gryffindors. Harry noted their reactions carefully. This unexpected interaction had created a potential resource he hadn't anticipated. Gaining the trust of students close to Dumbledore could provide valuable intelligence. We should go, he added, gesturing toward the staircases. Before we lose those points we just earned. They parted ways at the junction where their paths diverged, Gryffindors upward to their tower, Harry downward toward the dungeons. As he descended alone, Harry analyzed the evening's events with methodical precision. The incident had been unplanned but potentially advantageous. He had demonstrated appropriate bravery and morality for his cover without revealing suspicious levels of combat skill. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley now viewed him as an ally despite house differences. Dumbledore would hear of his actions, potentially creating opportunities for closer observation of the headmaster. Yet there was something else, something he was reluctant to examine too closely. For a brief moment in that bathroom, facing the troll alongside 2 Gryffindors he barely knew, Harry had felt something. Not the clinical satisfaction of a well-executed operation. Something warmer, more fundamental. A sense of rightness that had nothing to do with his mission. By the time he reached the Slytherin common room, Harry had safely buried that feeling beneath layers of acclimacy. His weekly report that night mentioned the troll incident in purely strategic terms, an unexpected opportunity to establish positive contact with students close to Dumbledore. If Voldemort detected any omission in the account, he gave no indication. His response was merely, useful. Cultivate this connection if it provides access to information. But remember your purpose. You are among enemies, whatever temporary alliances you may form. Harry acknowledged the reminder. Of course he remembered his purpose. What else could possibly matter? Yet that night, his dreams were troubled by images of a crying girl in a bathroom and the strange, unfamiliar feeling of standing alongside others against a common threat. By morning, he had suppressed these dreams as thoroughly as the emotions that spawned them. The mission continued. The air remained focused. But something had changed, a hairline crack in foundations laid over years of careful conditioning. Something that would only grow in the months to come. The morning after Halloween marked a subtle but significant shift in Hogwarts' social dynamics. When Harry entered the Great Hall for breakfast, conversations momentarily hushed as students turned to look at him, the Slytherin who'd helped defeat a troll while rescuing a Gryffindor. The story had spread overnight, growing more elaborate with each retelling. By some accounts, Harry had single-handedly wrestled the troll into submission. At the Slytherin table, reactions were mixed. Draco regarded him with suspicion, clearly displeased by Harry's association with Gryffindors. Older students seemed unsure whether to approve of his house points or criticize his methods of earning them. Why bother saving Granger? Draco asked as Harry took his usual seat. She's just a mudblood know-it-all. Harry had anticipated this question and prepared his response. It was tactical, he explained quietly. Now a Gryffindor owes me a life debt. Useful leverage. This explanation satisfied most of his housemates, who nodded appreciatively at the perceived cunning. Harry maintained his cover while inwardly noting how easily they accepted self-interest as motivation. Voldemort had shaped him to understand this mindset intimately. People found it easier to believe in calculated selfishness than genuine altruism. Across the Great Hall, Hermione Granger sat at the Gryffindor table beside Ron Weasley, a new development. The shared trauma of the troll incident had apparently forged a connection between them. As Harry watched, Hermione glanced in his direction and offered a small, tentative smile of acknowledgement. Harry returned the gesture with a measured nod, friendly enough to maintain the connection, reserved enough to befit a Slytherin. The exchange did not go unnoticed by other students, who whispered behind hands and shot curious glances his way. "You're becoming popular, Heir," Blaise Zabini commented dryly. "Next thing we know, you'll be having tea with Dumbledore himself." The casual remark struck closer to Harry's actual objectives than Zabini could possibly know. Proximity to Dumbledore remained a key mission goal, one potentially advanced by his newfound reputation. As if summoned by the thought, Dumbledore rose from the staff table and made his way toward the Slytherins, his bright purple robe standing out starkly against the sea of black uniforms. Students fell silent as the headmaster approached, stopping directly behind Harry. "Mr. Heir," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "Might I have a word after you've finished your breakfast?" Harry turned, meeting those twinkling blue eyes with carefully calibrated occlumency shields. "Of course, Headmaster." "Excellent. I'll wait for you in the entrance hall." Dumbledore smiled benignly and moved away, stopping briefly at the Gryffindor table to exchange words with Ron and Hermione as well. The moment Dumbledore was out of earshot, the Slytherin table erupted in hushed speculation. "What does he want with you?" Pansy Parkinson demanded. "Probably to talk about the troll," Theodore Nott suggested more reasonably. "Heir did break school rules, even if it was for a good cause. Or to award special services to the school," Marcus Flint added. "Hasn't been a troll inside Hogwarts in at least 50 years. Harry finished his toast unhurriedly, projecting calm despite the significant development. This would be his first direct interaction with Dumbledore, a crucial test of his cover and potentially a valuable intelligence opportunity. When he finally rose and made his way to the entrance hall, he found Ron and Hermione already waiting with Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes twinkled as he observed the three first years, Gryffindors and Slytherin, standing awkwardly together. "Ah, Mr. Heir. Now we're all here. Shall we take a short walk? The morning is quite lovely." Dumbledore led them out onto the grounds, where autumn was painting the forbidden forest in shades of gold and crimson. For several minutes, they walked in silence along the edge of the lake, Dumbledore seemingly content to enjoy the scenery while the students exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, the headmaster spoke. "I wanted to personally commend the three of you for your actions yesterday. Facing a mountain troll is no small feat for fully qualified wizards, let alone first years barely 2 months into their magical education." "Thank you, sir," Hermione replied, her cheeks flushing slightly at the praise. "Professor McGonagall has informed me of the circumstances," Dumbledore continued, his tone gentle but knowing. "Including your claim, Miss Granger, that you sought the troll deliberately." Hermione looked down at her shoes, guilt written clearly across her face. Harry remained expressionless, though internally he prepared for potential exposure of their deception. "An admirable attempt to protect your rescuers," Dumbledore said kindly. "Though perhaps unnecessary. There is no rule at Hogwarts against coming to the aid of a fellow student, whatever house they might belong to." His piercing blue eyes settled on Harry, who met the gaze steadily while maintaining his shields. "In fact, Mr. Heir's willingness to help across house lines demonstrates precisely the quality Hogwarts most needs to cultivate." "I just did what anyone would do," Harry replied with calculated modesty, presenting exactly the image of a good-hearted but somewhat reserved student his cover required. "Ah, but that's where you're mistaken," Dumbledore said softly. "Not everyone would have done what you did. Choices reveal character far more than abilities, Mr. Sayer." Something in the way Dumbledore emphasized choices sent a prickle of wariness through Harry. Was this innocent wisdom, or did the headmaster suspect something about his true identity? "The three of you have formed a rather unusual connection," Dumbledore continued, gesturing to include Ron and Hermione. "Gryffindor and Slytherin friendships are rare these days, regrettably so. I would encourage you to nurture this connection, despite the inevitable pressure you may face from your respective houses." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "Sir, we're not exactly, we don't really know Sayer, yet you fought a troll together," Dumbledore interjected mildly. "Some experiences forge bonds that transcend ordinary acquaintanceship. You might find you have more in common than you realize." Harry analyzed the headmaster's words carefully. Was this merely Dumbledore's well-known promotion of house unity, or was he deliberately encouraging a connection between Harry and the Gryffindors? If the latter, why? What purpose would it serve? "I believe in judging people individually, not by house," Harry offered, the statement truthful enough to sound sincere while reinforcing his cover as someone who stood slightly apart from typical Slytherin attitudes. Dumbledore beamed. "Precisely the outlook I hoped for when I instituted the house system many years ago. Competition, yes, but ultimately unity in diversity." He glanced at a peculiar watch on his wrist, which seemed to have several hands and no numbers. "Ah, nearly time for your first classes. I won't keep you much longer." He reached into his pocket and withdrew 3 small, golden objects. "These are tokens of appreciation for your courage yesterday. Not points or formal awards, those have already been given, but something a bit more personal." He handed each student what appeared to be a golden coin, similar to a galleon but not quite standard currency. Each was engraved with a phoenix on one side and the student's initials on the other. "A small enchantment of my own design," Dumbledore explained. "Should any of you find yourselves in trouble again, which I sincerely hope you won't, pressing your thumb to your initials will alert the others. A simple way to call for help when needed." Harry accepted the token, examining it with both apparent gratitude and internal suspicion. The magical signature was complex, clearly Dumbledore's work, potentially containing more than the stated functionality. He would need to analyze it thoroughly before deciding whether to keep it or dispose of it. "Thank you, Headmaster," he said, slipping the coin into his pocket. "Wicked," Ron added, examining his own token with genuine appreciation. "Thanks, Professor." They parted ways shortly after, Ron and Hermione heading to Charms while Harry made his way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. As he walked, Harry's mind processed the interaction with clinical precision. Dumbledore had been welcoming but watchful, his seemingly casual conversation layered with potential meanings. The gift was either a genuine token of appreciation or a means of monitoring him, possibly both. Either way, the meeting had accomplished one mission objective: direct contact with Dumbledore was established. Harry could now begin the delicate process of gaining the headmaster's trust while maintaining his cover. When he finally reached the defense classroom, Harry found Professor Quirrell already lecturing in his stammering way about defensive theory. As he slipped into his seat, Quirrell paused mid-sentence, eyes fixing on Harry with that same strange intensity he'd displayed before. "L8, Mr. S. Sayer," Quirrell remarked, though without real admonishment. "I heard about your heroics with the T-Troll. Perhaps you should be teaching this class instead." The comment drew nervous laughter from the other students, but Harry detected something beneath Quirrell's stammering facade, a sharpness, an evaluation that seemed at odds with his anxious persona. And there it was again, that prickling behind his scar, faint but distinctive. "Sorry, Professor," Harry replied simply, offering no excuses. Quirrell studied him a moment longer before returning to the lesson. Throughout the class, Harry felt the professor's attention returning to him periodically, as if monitoring his reactions. The behavior reinforced Harry's suspicion that Quirrell was not what he appeared. After class, as students filed out for lunch, Quirrell called out, "Mr. S. Sayer," A moment please. Harry approached the professor's desk, mentally reinforcing his occlumency shields while maintaining a neutral expression. Yes, Professor. Quirrell waited until the last student had left before speaking, and when he did, his stammer seemed less pronounced. Fascinating performance yesterday with the troll. Your spell work was advanced for a first year. It wasn't a question, but the implication was clear. Harry had been careful to use only spells within the reasonable capability of a well-prepared first year, but Quirrell had apparently picked up on the precision and confidence of his casting, qualities that spoke of more extensive training. My mother emphasized practical defense in my homeschooling, Harry explained, using his cover story. She believed theoretical knowledge was useless without application. Wise woman, Quirrell remarked, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. And unusual for someone so young to keep their head in danger. Most children panic. I've always been good under pressure, Harry replied, deliberately offering the bland self-assessment of someone unaware of their own distinctiveness. Quirrell's lips curved in what might have been a smile but looked somehow wrong on his nervous features. Indeed. Well, Mr. Sayer, should you ever wish to expand your defensive repertoire beyond the basic curriculum, my door is open. Students with your potential should be nurtured. The offer was peculiar. Teachers didn't typically propose private instruction to first years so early in the term. Combined with Quirrell's unusual attention and the strange reaction of Harry's scar, it elevated the defense professor to a subject of primary concern. Thank you, sir, Harry said, projecting appropriate gratitude while internally marking the conversation for immediate report to Voldemort. I appreciate the offer. As he turned to leave, Quirrell spoke again, his voice dropping even lower. One last thing, Mr. Sayer. The headmaster gave you something this morning, a token of sorts. I'd be interested to examine such an object. Dumbledore's magic is always so innovative. Harry froze momentarily, his back to Quirrell. How had the professor known about Dumbledore's gift? He hadn't told anyone, and the meeting had taken place outside, away from the castle windows. Just a souvenir, sir, Harry said, turning back with a carefully confused expression. A commemorative coin for the troll incident. Of course, Quirrell nodded, his stammer suddenly returning in full force. Just see curious about D. Dumbledore's little tea trinkets. Run along now, lunch awaits. Harry departed, his mind racing through implications. Quirrell was watching him specifically, had knowledge he shouldn't possess, and showed interest in an object directly from Dumbledore. Combined with the scar reactions, these facts painted a disturbing picture, one Harry needed to report immediately. Instead of heading to the Great Hall, Harry found an empty classroom, verified it was truly unoccupied, and cast several privacy charms. He retrieved the obsidian communication disc from his robes, where he'd taken to carrying it for situations requiring immediate contact. Locure Dominus, he whispered urgently. The disc warmed quickly, and Voldemort's voice emerged with unusual immediacy, suggesting the Dark Lord had been expecting his call. Report, came the familiar cold command. Urgent developments, Harry replied, keeping his voice low despite the privacy charms. Direct meeting with Dumbledore this morning. He presented me with a magical token, ostensibly a communication device linking me to Granger and Weasley. I suspect additional enchantments. Describe the object precisely, Voldemort instructed. Harry did so, detailing the coin's appearance, the phoenix emblem, and the magical signature he detected. Do not destroy it, Voldemort ordered after a moment's consideration. But neither should you carry it routinely. Store it in your dormitory under containment wards. It may provide insight into Dumbledore's monitoring methods. Yes, Master. There's more. Professor Quirrell somehow knew about the token immediately after Dumbledore gave it to me. He specifically asked to examine it. And my scar continues to react in his presence. A long silence followed this information. When Voldemort finally spoke, his voice held a new intensity. Listen carefully, Harry. You will continue observing Quirrell, but do not accept any private instruction he offers. Maintain distance while gathering intelligence. Is he a threat to my cover? Harry asked. He is, significant, Voldemort replied enigmatically. More than that, you need not know at present. Monitor him, report any unusual behavior, but prioritize the stone. Our original timeline accelerates. The object must be acquired before the winter solstice. This was new. Originally, Harry had been instructed to spend the entire school year gathering intelligence before attempting retrieval. Understood, Master. I'll intensify reconnaissance of the third-floor protections immediately. Good. One final matter, your connection to the Granger girl and Weasley boy. Dumbledore is encouraging it? Yes, Harry confirmed. He specifically advocated nurturing the relationship despite house differences. Another pause, this one thoughtful rather than tense. Interesting. Dumbledore plays a deeper game than is immediately apparent. The connection may serve our purposes, however. The Weasley family is close to Dumbledore, potential sources of information. And the Muggle-born girl's intelligence could be useful if properly directed. I'll cultivate their trust, Harry agreed, relieved that Voldemort saw strategic value in the unexpected connection. Do so, but guard against emotional entanglement, Voldemort warned, his tone hardening. Remember your training, Harry. Sentiment is weakness. These children are tools to be used, nothing more. Of course, Master. There is no risk of emotional compromise. See that it remains so, Voldemort replied coldly. You are my heir, my weapon. Do not forget what failure would mean. The unspoken threat hung between them, failure meant punishment beyond imagination, retraining that would strip away whatever remained of Harry's humanity. He had witnessed such corrections applied to Death Eaters who had disappointed the Dark Lord. The results had been instructive. Never, Master, Harry assured him. The mission comes first. Always. The communication ended, leaving Harry alone in the empty classroom, the weight of accelerated timelines and new complications pressing upon him. The stone needed to be acquired sooner than planned. Dumbledore was watching him more closely than anticipated. Quirrell represented an unknown variable that even Voldemort seemed concerned about. And then there were the Gryffindors, Hermione and Ron, now officially sanctioned as intelligence sources but forbidden as genuine connections. Harry touched the golden token in his pocket, considering its dual nature as both opportunity and threat. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt the mission parameters shifting in ways he couldn't fully calculate. Adaptation would be required. Perfect execution more critical than ever. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields, pushing away the faint unease these developments triggered. Emotion was irrelevant. Only the mission mattered. He was Voldemort's heir, his chosen weapon. And weapons did not question their purpose. As November descended upon Hogwarts, bringing biting winds and frost-covered grounds, Harry intensified his information gathering on all fronts. His nights were spent in careful exploration of the castle, documenting patrol patterns, mapping alternate routes to the third-floor corridor, and gradually piecing together the nature of the protection surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. The first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, provided an unexpected opportunity. With the entire school focused on the game, Harry used the distraction to conduct his most thorough examination yet of the Forbidden Corridor's outer defenses. What he discovered confirmed earlier intelligence, multiple layers of protection, beginning with a locked door that concealed something massive. The rhythmic breathing and occasional growls suggested a large creature, possibly the three-headed dog mentioned in intercepted conversations between Hagrid and Professor Sprout. Beyond that first guardian lay additional challenges. Through careful observation and strategic eavesdropping, Harry had identified the involvement of most Hogwarts professors in creating obstacles. Sprout likely contributed something using dangerous plants, Flitwick was responsible for charm work, McGonagall had transfigured something complex, Quirrell had added a defense involving dark creatures, and Snape had created a potion-related challenge. The information was valuable but incomplete. Harry needed to know the specific nature of each protection to develop countermeasures, and that would require actually entering the corridor, something Voldemort had not yet authorized. Meanwhile, Harry maintained his cover as Alexander Heir, performing consistently well in classes without drawing exceptional attention. His relationships with fellow Slytherins remained cordial but distant, exactly as planned for someone with his background and temperament. More complicated was his developing connection with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. Following the troll incident and Dumbledore's encouragement, an unusual dynamic had formed between the three first years. They weren't friends, exactly, house rivalries and fundamental differences in personality prevented that, but they had developed a cautious mutual respect that occasionally manifested in shared study sessions in the library. These interactions provided excellent intelligence opportunities. Hermione's academic focus and relentless research habits made her an unwitting source of information about Hogwarts history, magical theory, and security systems. Ron, with his family connections to Dumbledore's allies, occasionally let slip useful details about Order of the Phoenix members. Harry cultivated these relationships with careful precision, never revealing too much about himself while showing just enough interest in them to maintain the connection. It was standard intelligence gathering methodology: build trust, extract information, maintain emotional distance. The last part proved unexpectedly challenging. "You're approaching this all wrong," Hermione was saying one afternoon in the library, exasperation coloring her voice as she corrected Ron's potions essay. "The moonstone needs to be powdered before adding the syrup of hellebore, not after." "That's not what Snape's note said," Ron argued, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "It's what the textbook says," Hermione countered. "And the textbook is right." Harry, seated across from them, observed the interaction with what should have been detached analysis but instead found himself suppressing amusement. Their bickering had become familiar over the weeks, Hermione's rigid adherence to academic authority constantly clashing with Ron's more intuitive, and often careless, approach. "Actually," Harry interjected, maintaining his calm, slightly formal tone, "you're both partially correct. The standard procedure is powdering before adding syrup, but Snape's modified instructions produce a more stable potion by reversing the order and adjusting the stirring pattern." Hermione looked skeptical. "That contradicts Jigger's advanced potion-making methodology." "Theory versus practical application," Harry explained, drawing on knowledge that should have been beyond a first year but could be explained by his homeschooling background. "Some of the most effective brewing techniques aren't found in standard texts." Ron shot him a grateful look while Hermione appeared torn between academic orthodoxy and new information. It was a familiar pattern. Harry often found himself mediating between them, offering perspectives that bridged their different approaches. "How do you know so much about potions?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity temporarily overriding her frustration. "You mentioned your mother taught you, but you know things even the sixth years don't." The question was innocent but probed dangerously close to inconsistencies in his cover story. Harry redirected smoothly. "Mother specialized in medicinal potions. Some of her methods were unconventional. She believed practical results mattered more than following established procedures." It was a carefully crafted explanation that reinforced his Alexander Heir persona while explaining his advanced knowledge. Such verbal maneuvering had become second nature, a constant calibration between revealing enough to maintain trust and concealing anything that might compromise his mission. What troubled Harry wasn't the need for such deception. He'd been trained extensively in maintaining cover identities, but rather his growing awareness of how these interactions affected him. Despite his training, despite his occlumency, despite Voldemort's warnings against emotional entanglement, he found himself not enjoying, precisely, but perhaps valuing these study sessions beyond their intelligence value. Hermione's sharp mind and unflagging determination reminded him of qualities Voldemort had cultivated in him, but directed toward knowledge for its own sake rather than power. Ron's straightforward loyalty and occasional flashes of strategic brilliance during wizard chess games revealed capabilities that Harry, raised to see only power and cunning as valuable, had initially overlooked. They were, in essence, showing him alternative ways of being that his training had never accounted for. "Alexander?" Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. She had taken to using his first name in recent weeks, though Ron still called him Heir. "Did you hear what I asked?" "Sorry," Harry replied, refocusing. "I was thinking about the Transfiguration homework." "I was asking if you'd help us research something," she said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "It's about the third-floor corridor." Harry's attention sharpened instantly, though he kept his expression merely curious. "The Forbidden One? Why?" Ron leaned forward. "We think someone's trying to steal whatever Dumbledore's hiding there." "We don't know that for certain," Hermione corrected quickly. "But there have been suspicious circumstances." This was unexpected, the Gryffindors investigating the very target of his own mission. Harry needed to understand what they knew without revealing his interest. "What makes you think something's hidden there?" he asked, projecting mild skepticism. Hermione glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then explained about a break-in at Gringotts the same day Hagrid had emptied a vault there on Dumbledore's orders. Ron added details about a large three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor, which they'd accidentally discovered early in the term. "And we think it's guarding the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione finished in a whisper. Harry allowed his eyes to widen slightly, the appropriate reaction for someone hearing this information for the first time. Nicholas Flamel's stone. That's significant. What evidence do you have? Hagrid mentioned Flamel when we asked about the package, Ron explained. Then tried to pretend he hadn't. Took Hermione ages to make the connection. I finally found the reference in an alchemy text, Hermione added proudly. The stone can transform any metal into gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. The intelligence was accurate, confirming what Harry already knew. What alarmed him was how close these first years had come to unraveling the entire situation independently. If they continued investigating, they might interfere with his mission, or worse, discover his true purpose. That's impressive research, he acknowledged, mind racing through options. Discouraging their investigation might raise suspicions. Encouraging it could provide additional intelligence but risk them stumbling into his own activities. The optimal approach was to monitor and subtly misdirect. If you're right, this is dangerous knowledge, Harry cautioned, adopting concerned sincerity. Who would want to steal something that valuable? That's what we're trying to figure out, Hermione replied. We thought maybe Professor Snape. Harry interrupted, genuine surprise breaking through his control. This was an unexpected development. Why would you suspect him? Ron explained about seeing Snape's injured leg after Halloween, suggesting the potion's master had attempted to get past the three-headed dog while everyone was distracted by the troll. Hermione added observations about Snape's behavior toward Harry himself. He watches you during meals, she said, more than other students. And he seems concerned, almost. Like he knows something about you. This was concerning, not Snape's attention, which Harry had already noted and reported, but Hermione's perception of it. Her observational skills were sharper than he'd credited. Professor Snape knew my mother, Harry said, offering a plausible explanation that aligned with his cover. Perhaps he feels some responsibility toward me because of that connection. The statement seemed to satisfy them, though Hermione still looked thoughtful. Harry steered the conversation back to the stone itself, gathering information about what they knew regarding the other protections while being careful not to show too much interest. So why tell me about this? He finally asked, the question both strategic and genuine. I'm a Slytherin. Snape's my head of house. By your logic, I should be suspicious. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, a silent communication that spoke of a friendship deeper than Harry had realized. You helped us with the troll, Ron said simply. Didn't have to, but did. And you're different from the other Slytherins, Hermione added. You don't care about blood status or house rivalries. You judge people individually. The assessment was unnervingly accurate, not of Harry himself, but of the Alexander Sayre persona he'd constructed. Yet hearing it articulated so directly triggered an unexpected reaction, a momentary but distinct sense of shame? The feeling was so foreign, so contrary to his training, that Harry nearly failed to suppress it before it could register on his face. "I try to make my own judgments," he said carefully, reinforcing his cover while regaining emotional equilibrium. "But this stone business sounds dangerous. If something that valuable is at Hogwarts, it must have serious protections. That's why we need help researching," Hermione explained. 3 perspectives are better than 2, especially when one of those perspectives comes from a different house and background. The request presented both risk and opportunity. Joining their research would allow Harry to monitor and influence their investigation while potentially gaining additional intelligence about the protections. Refusing might damage the useful connection he'd established. "I'll help where I can," he finally agreed, projecting reluctant interest. "But I still think we should be careful about pursuing this too actively. Whatever protections Dumbledore put in place, they're probably there for good reason." The irony of the statement, Harry advocating caution about the very object he was tasked with stealing, was not lost on him. But it was the perfect cover: appear reasonable, concerned, slightly reluctant, while using the opportunity to gather critical intelligence from unwitting sources. Their discussion continued until Madame Pants began circling threateningly, signaling the library's imminent closing. As they packed up their books, Ron mentioned offhandedly, "We're going to visit Hagrid tomorrow afternoon. He sometimes lets things slip about the stone when we ask the right questions. Want to come?" The invitation was casual but represented a significant escalation in trust. Hagrid, as Dumbledore's most loyal supporter, could be an invaluable intelligence source, but also a risk, as the groundskeeper knew the real Harry Potter's parents and history. "I'd like that," Harry replied, making the strategic choice. "Though I'm not sure how he'll feel about a Slytherin visiting." "Hagrid doesn't care much about houses," Hermione assured him. "He cares about magical creatures and Dumbledore, in that order." They parted ways at the library entrance, the Gryffindors heading upward to their tower while Harry descended toward the dungeons. As he walked, he mentally composed his report to Voldemort. The Gryffindors' independent investigation needed to be mentioned, as did their invitation to include him. The intelligence value was significant, but so was the risk of deeper involvement with them. Voldemort's response that night was predictable but nonetheless disturbing. "Use them," the cold voice instructed through the obsidian disc. "Extract whatever information they discover. Guide their investigation away from your activities. And when they are no longer useful, ensure their silence." The implication was clear, and for the first time since his mission began, Harry felt a moment of genuine hesitation. Ensure their silence could mean many things, from memory modification to more permanent solutions. The thought of applying such measures to Ron and Hermione, who had shared their research freely, who had invited him into their confidence, triggered an unfamiliar resistance. "Is elimination necessary?" Harry asked carefully. "They have no suspicion of my true purpose." "You question my instructions?" Voldemort's voice dropped dangerously. "No, Master," Harry replied quickly. "I merely seek clarification on operational parameters. Memory modification might be sufficient and less likely to draw attention than disappearances." A long pause followed before Voldemort responded. "Your concern for operational security is noted. When the time comes, assess the situation and use appropriate measures. But make no mistake, Harry, these children represent a liability once the stone is acquired. Sentiment toward them would be unwise." "I understand, Master. There is no sentiment, only tactical consideration." The conversation ended there, but the disquiet it sparked remained. As Harry lay in his bed in the Slytherin dormitory, listening to the gentle lapping of the lake against the windows, he found his occlumency shields working harder than usual to maintain emotional equilibrium. The mission had always been clear: infiltrate Hogwarts, locate the stone, acquire it for Voldemort. Collateral damage was an accepted operational reality. He had been trained to prioritize objectives over people, to view others as either assets or obstacles. Why, then, did the thought of ensuring silence, in this particular case trigger such resistance? Harry reinforced his mental discipline, burying the uncomfortable question beneath layers of acclimacy. The mission came first. It had always come first. His purpose as Voldemort's heir and weapon remained unchanged. If Ron and Hermione became obstacles to that purpose, he would do what was necessary. Wouldn't he? Chapter 3, Blood and Choice. December transformed Hogwarts into a snow-covered wonderland, the castle's spires glistening with frost and the grounds blanketed in pristine white. Most students delighted in the seasonal beauty, but for Harry, the approaching Christmas holidays marked a critical phase in his mission. With the castle largely empty, security would be reduced, creating the perfect opportunity to penetrate the third-floor corridor's defenses and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Two factors complicated his planning. First, Voldemort had communicated a change in extraction protocol. Rather than removing the stone from Hogwarts himself, Harry was to secure it and await the Dark Lord's personal arrival during the solstice. This unexpected directive suggested Voldemort had some specific purpose requiring his physical presence at Hogwarts, though Harry hadn't been informed what that might be. The second complication was more personal and therefore more dangerous, his deepening involvement with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. What had begun as strategic intelligence gathering had evolved into something increasingly difficult to categorize. They studied together regularly, their combined knowledge proving formidable. They visited Hagrid's hut, where Harry carefully avoided topics that might reveal his true identity while gleaning valuable information about the stone's protections. They even occasionally took meals together at the Gryffindor table, ignoring the disapproving stares from both houses. On the surface, Harry maintained perfect operational discipline. His reports to Voldemort remained precise and tactical. His occlumency shields never faltered in Dumbledore's presence. His cover as Alexander Sayre remained impeccable. Yet beneath that disciplined exterior, something was changing, subtle fractures forming in foundations laid through years of conditioning. Knight to e5, Ron commanded, his brow furrowed in concentration as they sat in the library one evening, a chessboard between them. The piece moved obediently, capturing Harry's bishop with a decisive smash. Harry studied the board, recognizing the trap Ron had constructed over several careful moves. Despite his extensive strategic training, Harry found Ron consistently outmaneuvered him in chess, a fact that would have been intolerable a few months ago but now merely sparked a curious respect. "You're going to lose in 4 moves, Hermione observed without looking up from her ancient runes text. Though not technically a first-year subject, she had convinced Professor Babbling to let her study independently. 3, actually, Ron corrected with a grin. Harry examined the board again and saw the inevitable conclusion. Rather than frustration, he felt something closer to admiration. "Your spatial reasoning is exceptional," he noted, tipping over his king in resignation. "The dark," he caught himself at the last moment. "The Department of Magical Games would recruit you directly if they saw you play." Ron's ears reddened at the praise. "Just chess. Doesn't help much with actual schoolwork." "Strategic thinking translates to many fields," Harry replied, the statement drawn from his own training rather than social pleasantry. "You see patterns and consequences others miss." Hermione lowered her book, a thoughtful expression on her face. "He's right, Ron. You approach problems differently than I do. I get caught in details sometimes, while you see the bigger picture." The genuine warmth in the exchange struck Harry unexpectedly. In his world, Voldemort's world, praise was rare and always conditional, given only to reinforce desired behaviors or maintain control. This casual recognition of another's strengths without underlying manipulation was novel. "What about you, Alexander?" Hermione asked suddenly. "Are you staying at Hogwarts for Christmas?" The question seemed innocent, but Harry detected genuine concern beneath it. He'd mentioned enough about his fictional mother's death and his isolation to create a sympathetic background without revealing anything substantial. "Yes," he confirmed, beginning to reset the chess pieces. "The castle will be quieter for studying." "Us too," Ron said, helping arrange the pieces. Mum and Dad are visiting Charlie in Romania, so all us Weasleys are staying behind. Perfect timing, really, Hermione added in a lower voice, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. With fewer students around, we'll have better access to the restricted section. I'm convinced that's where we'll find more information about what else might be guarding the stone besides Fluffy. Fluffy? Harry repeated, having heard the ridiculous name before but still finding it difficult to associate with a monstrous three-headed dog. Hagrid's name for the dog, Ron explained with an eye roll. Mental, that one. Thinks dragons make good pets. Harry nodded, using the moment to consider his approach. The Gryffindor's investigation into the stone continued to parallel his own mission in ways that created both opportunity and risk. Their research had already confirmed several of the protections: Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Enchanted Keys, McGonagall's giant chess set, information Harry had carefully included in his reports to Voldemort. Yet as the critical moment for acquisition approached, their continued involvement posed increasing danger, both to his mission and, more problematically, to them. Voldemort's instructions regarding ensuring their silence remained a shadow at the edges of Harry's thoughts, one he had thus far avoided confronting directly. Alexander? Hermione prompted, noticing his silence. You seem distracted lately. Is everything all right? The genuine concern in her voice triggered an unfamiliar tightness in Harry's chest. These moments of authenticity were becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. They required responses that went beyond his practice cover, touching on emotions his training had systematically suppressed. I'm fine, he assured her, falling back on the non-answer people typically accepted. Just thinking about the holidays. Hermione's expression suggested she didn't entirely believe him but wouldn't press further. Another novel concept, respecting boundaries without strategic purpose, simply out of consideration. Well, if you want company on Christmas Day, you could join us in Gryffindor Tower, she offered. I doubt anyone would mind, given how empty the castle will be. Except Percy, Ron snorted. He'd probably cite 17 school rules about house segregation. Your brother does seem excessively concerned with regulations, Harry observed, grateful for the shift to safer conversational territory. Percy's ambition makes most Slytherins look lazy, Ron agreed. He's got his entire ministry career planned out, right down to when he'll be Minister for Magic. Harry's lips curved in what had once been a calculated expression of amusement but now felt surprisingly genuine. Perhaps the Sorting Hat considered Slytherin for him. Don't even joke about that, Ron groaned. Mum would have a fit. Though Fred and George always say Percy's the least Gryffindor-like of all of us. The conversation continued in this vein as they gathered their books, curfew approaching. As they prepared to part ways in the entrance hall, Hermione hesitated, then quickly hugged both boys, a brief, awkward gesture that left Ron blushing and Harry momentarily frozen in surprise. What was that for? Ron asked, ears red. Just because, Hermione replied with unusual vagueness. See you both tomorrow. As Harry descended alone toward the Slytherin dungeons, he found himself analyzing the unexpected physical contact. In his entire remembered life, he could count on one hand the instances of non-violent touch he'd experienced. Bellatrix's cruel approximation of affection. Narcissa Malfoy's impersonal adjustments to his robes. Voldemort's rare hand on his shoulder, always cold, always calculated to reinforce dominance. Hermione's hug had been entirely different, spontaneous, warm, devoid of manipulation or threat. Its very innocence made it dangerous, triggering responses his training had never prepared him to manage. In the empty Slytherin common room, Harry sat before the dying fire, using the quiet to center himself through occlumency exercises. The holiday break would require absolute focus. The mission was approaching its critical phase. These distractions needed to be controlled. His hand slipped into his pocket, fingers finding the golden token Dumbledore had given him months ago. He'd analyzed it thoroughly, confirming its stated purpose as a communication device while discovering several additional enchantments, tracking charms, monitoring spells, protective wards. Harry had kept it in a warded box in his trunk, bringing it out only occasionally to prevent Dumbledore from realizing he'd detected the surveillance. Tonight, however, he found himself studying it with uncharacteristic uncertainty. The token represented both threat and safety, a way for Dumbledore to track him, but also, potentially, a way for Ron and Hermione to call for help. After the stone was taken, after Voldemort arrived at Hogwarts, they would need that protection. Harry returned the token to his pocket rather than his trunk. A tactical decision, he told himself. Nothing more. Later that night, as he made his scheduled report through the obsidian disc, Harry maintained perfect composure as he updated Voldemort on his preparations for the stone's acquisition. He detailed the confirmed protections, outlined his countermeasures, and reported his intention to remain at Hogwarts over the holidays as instructed. Good, Voldemort's cold voice approved. The solstice approaches. You will secure the stone on the night of December 21st and await my arrival. The connection between us will allow me to bypass certain obstacles Dumbledore has placed against my direct entry to the castle. This was new information. Connection, Master. Your scar, Harry. The mark I left upon you that night. It binds us in ways even Dumbledore does not fully comprehend. It will serve as my anchor point. Harry absorbed this silently. The scar had always been explained to him as merely a remnant of the killing curse that had failed, a physical reminder of his parents' futile resistance and Voldemort's mercy in sparing him. This suggestion of a deeper connection was unsettling. I understand, Master, he replied, betraying none of his disquiet. I'll have the stone secured before your arrival. See that you do. The time for your true purpose approaches, my heir. Soon, the world will know what became of the boy who was prophesied to defeat me. The communication ended, leaving Harry alone with implications that stretched far beyond his current mission. Voldemort intended to reveal him, not just acquire the stone, but publicly declare Harry Potter as his heir. The careful anonymity of Alexander Sayre would be stripped away, replaced by a revelation that would shake the wizarding world to its core. It was the logical culmination of everything he had been trained for, the ultimate demonstration of Voldemort's victory over prophecy and fate itself. Harry had always known this day would come. Why, then, did the prospect fill him with a dread that even his strongest acclimacy couldn't fully suppress? As predicted, Hogwarts emptied dramatically when the holidays began. The Slytherin dormitory became a ghost town, with only a handful of students remaining, none of them first years apart from Harry. This isolation provided perfect cover for his nighttime explorations, allowing him to finalize his approach to the third-floor corridor without fear of discovery. What he hadn't anticipated was how much time he would spend with Ron and Hermione. Without house tables to separate them or classmates to judge them, their study sessions expanded into entire days spent together in the library, the Great Hall, or even wandering the snowy grounds. They maintained the pretense of researching the stone's protections, but increasingly, their conversations drifted to other topics. But that's completely illogical, Hermione was arguing as they huddled near the frozen lake, warming charms creating a bubble of comfort around them. Why would magical society separate itself so completely from Muggle advancements? Electricity, telecommunications, modern medicine, there are countless innovations that could benefit wizards. Tradition, Ron shrugged, tossing stones across the ice. Dad says most old wizarding families think anything Muggle is beneath them. It's more complex than simple prejudice, Harry found himself explaining, drawing on historical knowledge imparted during his education. The International Statute of Secrecy was established after centuries of persecution. Separation became associated with survival. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. But that was hundreds of years ago. Surely modern wizards understand that cooperation would benefit both societies. Fear is a powerful motivator, Harry said quietly. And fear can be cultivated by those who benefit from division. The statement emerged from some analytical part of him that had begun to examine his own upbringing with increasingly disturbing clarity. Voldemort had cultivated fear methodically, fear of Muggles, fear of Dumbledore, fear of weakness, fear of failure. That fear had shaped Harry's worldview, defined his purpose, justified actions that might otherwise be questioned. "Like you-know-who," Ron said, his voice dropping instinctively. "My dad says that's how he gained so much power last time, playing on Wizard's worst fears about Muggles and Muggleborns." "Voldemort," Harry corrected automatically, the name slipping out before he could censor it. Ron flinched. "Blimey, don't say the name." "Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself," Harry quoted, remembering the phrase from one of Dumbledore's writings he'd studied in preparation for his mission. Hermione looked at him with a strange expression, part surprise, part something deeper that Harry couldn't quite interpret. "That's very wise, Alexander. Most wizards won't even say his name, especially Slytherins." Harry realized his mistake immediately. Alexander Sayre, pure blood raised in isolation, would have absorbed the wizarding world's fear of Voldemort's name. Using it casually was a potentially serious break in his cover. "My mother didn't believe in such superstitions," he explained smoothly. "She said giving someone's name power over you was surrendering before the battle began." The explanation seemed to satisfy them, but the slip troubled Harry. His perfect operational discipline was showing cracks, small ones, but in espionage, small errors accumulated until they became fatal ones. "Do you think he's really gone?" Ron asked after a moment. "You know, Voldemort." He stumbled over the name but managed it with obvious effort. "No," Harry answered honestly. "Someone powerful enough to inspire such fear doesn't simply disappear." "I've read different theories," Hermione added. "Some books suggest he was destroyed completely the night he attacked the Potters, but others imply he might have survived in some weakened form." The conversation had veered into dangerously personal territory. Harry maintained his neutral expression through practiced control, but something cold settled in his stomach at hearing his parents' murder discussed so academically. "The Potters?" he asked, feigning the casual interest Alexander Sayre might show in a historical event that didn't directly concern him. "Harry Potter's parents," Ron explained. "You must have heard the story. You know who went to kill them, managed to kill the parents but somehow couldn't kill baby Harry. The curse rebounded, and you know who vanished. That's why Harry's famous, the boy who lived. Though no one knows what happened to him afterward," Hermione added, her expression troubled. "He disappeared from the wizarding world completely. Some books say Dumbledore hid him with Muggle relatives for protection, but if that's true, he never came to Hogwarts." "Maybe he's dead," Ron suggested grimly. "Would explain why no one's seen him in 10 years. "Dumbledore would know," Hermione insisted. "And I don't think he'd look so peaceful if Harry Potter had been killed." Harry found himself in the surreal position of discussing his own presumed fate while maintaining a cover identity. The sensation was disorienting, forcing him to view his own life from an outside perspective. The boy who lived, a mythical figure, a symbol of hope, the prophesied vanquisher of the Dark Lord, existed as a story for these children, while the reality sat beside them, trained as the very weapon that would destroy that hope. "It's strange to think he'd be our age now," Hermione mused. "He might have been in our year at Hogwarts." "Definitely a Gryffindor," Ron declared with certainty. "Both his parents were." "You can't know that," Hermione chided. "The Sorting Hat considers individuals, not family history." Their discussion continued, but Harry had stopped fully listening, his mind caught on an unfamiliar sensation, a hollow ache that expanded behind his carefully maintained facade. These children spoke of Harry Potter as a lost possibility, a hero who never arrived. They couldn't know that he had been taken, shaped into something unrecognizable from whatever child might have otherwise grown from Lily and James Potter's love. For the first time, Harry allowed himself to fully consider the alternative, who he might have been had Voldemort killed him that night instead of taking him. Or, more disturbingly, who he might have become had he been raised by his parents, or even the Muggle relatives Hermione mentioned. Would he have been a Gryffindor? Would he have met Ron on the Hogwarts Express, befriended Hermione after the troll incident not as a calculated intelligence operation but through genuine connection? Would he have known how to accept Hermione's casual hug without analyzing it for tactical significance? Alexander? Are you all right? Hermione's voice cut through his dangerous thoughts. You went very quiet. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields immediately, burying the unprecedented speculation. Just thinking about the stone, he lied smoothly. We should get back to the castle, it's getting colder. As they trudged through the snow toward Hogwarts, Harry maintained his external composure while internally conducting a ruthless self-assessment. These reflections on alternative lives, these emotional responses to casual connections, they represented potentially mission-critical vulnerabilities. With the stone's acquisition less than a week away, he needed absolute focus. Yet even as he reinforced his mental discipline, a treacherous thought emerged from some unguarded corner of his mind: what if the mission itself was wrong? Harry suppressed the thought immediately, horrified at its implications. Such doubt was beyond dangerous, it was functionally suicidal. Voldemort had shaped every aspect of his existence, defined his entire purpose. To question that was to question his own right to exist. No. The mission would proceed as planned. The stone would be secured. Voldemort would come. Whatever happened afterward, was irrelevant to his current purpose. He repeated these certainties like a mantra as they entered the castle, forcing his mind back to operational parameters and tactical planning. The alternative was unthinkable. Christmas morning arrived with a surprise Harry had never anticipated: presents. 3 small packages sat at the foot of his bed, each wrapped in colorful paper with handwritten tags attached. He stared at them with genuine confusion, uncertain how to respond to this unprecedented development. In all his years with Voldemort, Harry had never received a gift. There had been rewards for exceptional performance, access to specific books, advanced training, rare ingredients for potions, but these had always been clearly transactional, reinforcing the behavioral conditioning that shaped him into the perfect weapon. These colorfully wrapped packages represented something entirely different, something his training had never prepared him to handle. With cautious movements that belied his internal disquiet, Harry picked up the first package. The tag read, "To Alexander, Happy Christmas." From Hermione, in her neat, precise handwriting. Inside was a handsome leather-bound journal with his initials, A.S., embossed on the cover, along with a note explaining that it had been charmed so only he could read what was written inside. The privacy charm was actually quite sophisticated, Harry noted with a detached part of his mind, while the rest struggled to process the meaning behind the gift. A journal implied trust in his thoughts, value in his perspective, belief in his future beyond immediate utility. Concepts so foreign they were almost incomprehensible. The second package, messily wrapped in maroon paper, was from Ron. It contained a wizard chess piece, a knight, carved from pale wood with remarkable detail, along with an awkwardly phrased note explaining that it was charmed to offer strategic advice when playing alone. "Since you're always stuck in the dungeons with no one decent to play against," Ron had written. The third package was smaller, wrapped in simple brown paper with no name, only a note reading, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Inside lay a silvery, fluid-like fabric that Harry recognized immediately as an invisibility cloak, an extraordinarily rare and valuable magical artifact. Harry sat motionless on his bed, the gift spread before him, experiencing something dangerously close to emotional overload. The journal and chess piece were unexpected but comprehensible within his developing understanding of friendship. The cloak, however, was something else entirely, a connection to James Potter, his actual father, apparently sent by someone who knew his true identity. Dumbledore. It had to be. The headmaster was sending him a message, that he knew who Alexander Sayre really was, that he had known all along, that he was watching and waiting. But for what? The implications were tactically significant. If Dumbledore knew his identity yet allowed him to remain at Hogwarts, the headmaster must have some larger strategy in play. Was Harry being tested? Manipulated toward some purpose of Dumbledore's own? The possibilities were disturbing. Yet beneath the tactical assessment, something else stirred, a response to the simple statement, "Your father left this in my possession." James Potter had owned this cloak, had worn it, had valued it enough to entrust it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. It represented a tangible connection to the man who had died trying to protect his son, a physical link to a past Voldemort had systematically erased from Harry's consciousness. Harry's fingers tightened on the fluid fabric, feeling its impossible lightness, its perfect texture. For a moment, just a moment, he allowed himself to imagine James Potter using this cloak, perhaps during his Hogwarts years, perhaps even to court Lily Evans before she became Lily Potter. His parents, not as abstract concepts or strategic weaknesses to be purged, but as people who had lived and loved and left something of themselves behind. The thought was dangerous, corrosive to everything Voldemort had built within him. Harry quickly contained it, analyzing the cloak from a purely tactical perspective instead. An invisibility cloak of this quality would be invaluable for the stone's acquisition, allowing him to move through the castle with even greater security than his disillusionment charms provided. Whether Dumbledore's intent was benign or manipulative, the gift served Harry's immediate purpose. He carefully folded the cloak and placed it under his pillow, then gathered the other gifts and stored them in his trunk. Later, he would need to report the cloak's arrival to Voldemort, though perhaps not its apparent origin. For now, he had another unexpected social ritual to navigate. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the Great Hall, seated at the single table that had replaced the house tables for the small number of students remaining over the holidays. They waved him over enthusiastically, both wearing new sweaters, Ron's maroon with an R, Hermione's blue with an intricate pattern. "Happy Christmas!" they called in unison as he approached. "Thank you for the gifts," Harry said carefully, having prepared this response during his walk from the dungeons. They were unexpected but appreciated. "Did you like the journal?" Hermione asked eagerly. "I know you're always taking notes during classes, and this way you can write whatever you want without worrying about anyone reading it." "The charm work is impressive," Harry acknowledged, offering what he hoped was an appropriate smile. "And Ron, the chess piece is excellent. I haven't had much opportunity to play outside our sessions." Ron grinned. "Fred and George helped with the enchantment. It's not as good as playing a real person, but it'll give you decent competition." The conversation flowed more easily than Harry had expected, centered on the various gifts they had received and the ridiculous wizard crackers Dumbledore insisted everyone pull during the Christmas feast. Harry maintained his cover while carefully observing the high table, where Dumbledore occasionally glanced in his direction with that same twinkling, knowing look that had become increasingly unsettling. Did the headmaster expect some reaction to the cloak? Some acknowledgement? Or was he waiting to see how Harry would use it? "We have one more surprise," Hermione announced after dessert, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "We found something yesterday that might help with our research project." She glanced meaningfully toward the staff table. "What kind of something?" Harry asked, instantly alert to any information that might affect his mission. "Better to show you," Ron replied. "Tonight, after curfew. Meet us on the 4th floor, near the mirror gallery." Harry raised an eyebrow, maintaining his cover as the cautious Slytherin. "After curfew? That's risking detention." "We have a way to avoid being caught," Hermione assured him. "Trust us. It's worth it." Trust. The word hung between them, loaded with implications Harry was still learning to navigate. In his world, Voldemort's world, trust was a weakness to be exploited, never genuinely offered or accepted. Yet these two used the term casually, assuming its possibility between them. "All right," he agreed, curiosity about their discovery outweighing caution. 4th floor, midnight. The rest of Christmas Day passed in a strange blur of unfamiliar social rituals. Harry joined the Gryffindors in their common room, where the Weasley twins orchestrated increasingly elaborate pranks while Percy attempted to maintain some semblance of dignity despite wearing a prefect badge that now flashed different colors and occasionally shouted, "Big Head Boy," at random intervals. Throughout it all, Harry maintained his cover as Alexander Sayre, participating enough to seem engaged without revealing too much about himself, laughing at the right moments, offering appropriate comments. Yet beneath that careful facade, his mind repeatedly returned to the invisibility cloak hidden in his dormitory and its implications for both his mission and his understanding of himself. When he finally slipped away to return to the Slytherin dormitory before curfew, Harry found himself walking slower than necessary, his thoughts unusually disordered. The day had been, not unpleasant. In fact, if forced to categorize the experience, he might have used a word that had never applied to any day in his remembered life: enjoyable. The realization was disturbing in its implications. Enjoyment suggested attachment. Attachment created vulnerability. Vulnerability compromised mission objectives. The logical progression was clear and damning. Yet as he entered the empty Slytherin common room, Harry couldn't entirely suppress the memory of Fred and George enchanting snowballs to follow Percy around the grounds, of Hermione's genuine delight when he thanked her for the journal, of the simple pleasure of belonging, however temporarily, to something that wasn't defined by fear or power or purpose. He shook his head sharply, forcing his mind back to operational parameters. The stone would be acquired in less than a week. Voldemort would arrive at the solstice. Whatever anomalies he was experiencing were irrelevant to those facts. With disciplined focus, Harry spent the next few hours reviewing his preparations for the stone's acquisition. The third-floor corridor's protections were now fully mapped. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, could be lulled to sleep with music. Devil's snare required light or fire to repel. Flying keys needed to be caught with broomstick skills. A giant chess set demanded strategic victory. A troll, likely already in place, would need to be neutralized. Snape's contribution appeared to be a logic puzzle involving potions. And Dumbledore's final protection remained unknown but was likely the most formidable. Harry had countermeasures prepared for each known challenge. His training under Voldemort had been comprehensive, covering everything from combat magic to esoteric puzzles. The Dark Lord had shaped his heir into the perfect infiltrator, capable of bypassing precisely such protections. At 11:30, Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak from beneath his pillow. He hesitated briefly, running his fingers over the fluid material one last time before swinging it around his shoulders. The sensation was extraordinary, not merely visual concealment but a feeling of profound detachment, as if he had stepped partially out of reality itself. Strategically, the cloak was superior to disillusionment charms in every way. It required no magical energy to maintain, created perfect concealment rather than mere camouflage, and couldn't be detected by standard revealing spells. With this, his mission's success probability increased significantly. Harry moved silently through the castle, the cloak rendering him completely invisible as he navigated toward the fourth floor. The corridors were deserted, with even Filch apparently taking Christmas night off from his perpetual prowling. When he reached the mirror gallery, Harry found it empty, no sign of Ron or Hermione. He checked his timepiece. 11:58. They weren't late, he was early, a habit ingrained through years of training where tardiness meant punishment. Harry positioned himself in a shadowed alcove, maintaining situational awareness while he waited. At precisely midnight, movement at the corridor's far end caught his attention. A door opened apparently on its own, then closed again. Footsteps approached, multiple sets, but no visible bodies. Alexander? Hermione's hushed voice called softly. Are you here? Harry remained silent, assessing the situation. They had invisibility capabilities as well, unexpected and potentially significant intelligence. Maybe he's not coming, Ron's disembodied whisper responded. He'll come, Hermione insisted. He promised. The simple confidence in her statement triggered that now familiar tightness in Harry's chest. Their trust in Alexander Sayre remained absolute, despite the fictional nature of that identity. The deception suddenly felt heavier than it had before. I'm here, Harry finally said, stepping from the alcove but remaining beneath his cloak. You're invisible too. A rustling sound, and then Ron and Hermione appeared as a silvery cloak was pulled away. Ron held it bunched in his hands, looking around with squinted eyes. "Where are you?" he asked. Harry removed his own cloak, revealing himself. Both Gryffindor's eyes widened in surprise. "You have an invisibility cloak too?" Hermione exclaimed, then lowered her voice quickly. "Where did you get it?" "Christmas present," Harry replied truthfully if incompletely. "Anonymous." "You borrowed it," Ron explained, holding up the cloak they'd been using. "This one belongs to Harry Potter. At least, that's what the note said." Harry froze, every muscle suddenly tense. "Harry Potter," he repeated carefully. "Explain." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances before Hermione answered. "We found a room yesterday, that's what we wanted to show you." Inside was a trunk with HP monogrammed on it. The cloak was inside, along with some other things that must have belonged to Harry Potter's parents. The note said something about returning the cloak to its rightful owner, Ron added. "But since Harry Potter never came to Hogwarts, we think Dumbledore might have been saving his possessions," Hermione continued. The room felt like some kind of memorial. Harry's mind raced through implications, tactical assessments, and potential threats. A trunk containing his parents' possessions, hidden yet apparently meant to be found. Another message from Dumbledore? A test? A trap? Regardless, it represented both danger and opportunity, danger to his cover, but opportunity to learn more about the parents Voldemort had taken him from. "Show me," he said, his voice controlled despite the turmoil beneath. They led him through the castle, both of them under the Potter cloak while Harry used his own. The strange procession moved silently up staircases and through corridors until they reached the 7th floor, stopping before a blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. Hermione figured it out, Ron whispered as they removed their cloak. "Watch." Hermione paced back and forth 3 times, her expression focused. To Harry's surprise, a door materialized where none had been before, an impressive piece of magic he hadn't encountered in his extensive exploration of the castle. "The room of requirement," Hermione explained softly. "It becomes whatever you need it to be. We were looking for a place to practice spells yesterday, but when we entered, it had transformed into, well, you'll see." The room beyond the door was unlike anything Harry had expected. Small and circular, it resembled a cozy sitting room with a fireplace, comfortable armchairs, and walls lined with photographs. In the center stood an ornate trunk, its lid open to reveal neatly organized contents, books, folded clothes, a small box of jewelry, and various personal effects. But it was the photographs that immediately captured Harry's attention. Dozens of them covered the walls, all featuring the same subjects, a young couple, clearly James and Lily Potter. Here they were laughing in Hogwarts robes, there dancing at what appeared to be their wedding, in another holding a baby with a tuft of black hair. Harry's parents, and himself as an infant, before Voldemort had taken him, before he had become the Dark Lord's heir. "It's like a memorial," Hermione said softly, watching Harry's face with concern. "We thought it might contain clues about what happened to Harry Potter, why he never came to Hogwarts." Harry approached the photographs slowly, his perfect operational discipline threatening to fracture under the impact of seeing his parents' faces, not in the clinical context of enemy identification, but in moments of joy, love, ordinary life. James Potter had his same unruly hair, the same facial structure. Lily's green eyes, his eyes, sparkled with warmth he had never seen in his own reflection. "Are you all right, Alexander?" Hermione asked, touching his arm gently. "You've gone very pale." The physical contact anchored him, preventing complete dissociation as his acclimacy struggled to contain the emotional cascade these images triggered. "I'm fine," he managed. "Just, unexpected." "Look at this," Ron said, gesturing to the trunk. Letters, photos, even his dad's head boy badge. Dumbledore must have collected everything after they died. Harry moved to the trunk, outwardly maintaining composure while inwardly experiencing something dangerously close to system failure. His fingers hovered over the contents, tangible connections to the life that had been taken from him, the parents he'd been trained to dismiss as weak, as enemies, as irrelevant. A small book caught his eye, a journal with "Lily Evans" inscribed on the leather cover. With careful movements that concealed his internal turmoil, Harry lifted it, opening to a random page filled with neat, flowing handwriting. October 15, 1981. Harry said, "Mama," clearly today, not the usual babbling but with purpose, looking directly at me. James nearly burst with pride, then spent an hour trying to get him to say, "Dada," instead. Sirius came by with another ridiculous toy broomstick, as if the first one hasn't caused enough broken vases. Dumbledore visited again. More discussions about the prophecy, about going into deeper hiding. The fear is always there now, beneath everything, but when I look at Harry, I know we're doing the right thing. I would die 1,000 deaths to keep him safe from Voldemort. James says we should trust Peter with the Fidelius charm. I still think Sirius is the obvious choice, but James insists that's exactly why we should choose Peter instead. No one would suspect. I pray we're making the right decision. Harry stared at the page, the words burning into his consciousness. Lily Potter writing about him, about her love for him, about her willingness to die protecting him. The exact opposite of everything Voldemort had told him about his parents, that they were weak, that they had used him as a shield, that they had died not protecting him but abandoning him. "Alexander?" Hermione's voice seemed to come from far away. "What did you find?" He closed the journal carefully, his movements precise despite the earthquake occurring within his mind. "Her diary," he said, his voice remarkably steady. "Lily Potter's thoughts before they were killed." "That feels too personal," Hermione said quietly. "We shouldn't read it." But Harry had already seen enough to crack foundations laid through years of calculated lies. Lily Potter had loved her son. Had been willing to die for him. Had, in fact, done exactly that. Which meant Voldemort had lied. Systematically, purposefully, for Harry's entire life. What else was untrue? "There's something else," Ron said, lifting a folded piece of parchment from the trunk. "A letter, I think. From Sirius Black to Harry's parents, dated October 27, 1981, just days before they were killed." Harry accepted the parchment with outward calm, unfolding it to reveal hurried handwriting. "James and Lily, something's wrong. Peter has been missing for 3 days. I've checked all his usual hideouts, but there's no trace. I don't want to cause panic, but given the circumstances, I think we should consider the possibility that he's been compromised. If you're reading this, change secret keepers immediately. Come to my place, or better yet, go directly to Dumbledore. Don't tell anyone where you're going, not even by owl, I'll find you." Padfoot, Sirius Black was Harry's godfather, Hermione explained, misinterpreting Harry's silence as confusion rather than paradigm-shattering revelation. "He was sent to Azkaban for betraying the Potters to Voldemort, but this letter suggests he wasn't the secret keeper at all. Peter was." "Peter Pettigrew," Ron added. "The one Sirius supposedly killed along with those 12 muggles." Harry barely heard them. His mind was reconstructing the events of that night, not as Voldemort had described them, but as they must have actually occurred. Peter Pettigrew, the secret keeper, betraying the Potter's location. Voldemort coming to kill, not capture. James Potter dying first, wandless but standing between Voldemort and his family. Lily Potter begging for her son's life, offering herself instead, and dying to protect him. The killing curse rebounding, weakening Voldemort to the point where he needed to retreat, to recover. And then returning for the child, not out of mercy as he'd always claimed, but out of calculation. Taking the boy who had nearly destroyed him, the child of prophecy, and reshaping him into a weapon, an heir, insurance against the possibility that the prophecy might someday be fulfilled. Harry had been raised on carefully constructed lies, shaped through selective information and systematic conditioning into exactly what Voldemort needed him to be, loyal, lethal, and utterly dependent on the Dark Lord's approval for his sense of self-worth. The realization was like drowning, like having the floor vanish beneath his feet, like waking from a dream to find reality unrecognizable. His perfect occlumency, the mental discipline that had defined him for as long as he could remember, began to fracture under the weight of this revelation. Alexander? Hermione's worried voice penetrated the chaos. You're shaking. Harry looked down at his hands, surprised to find them trembling. Unacceptable loss of physical control. Indication of severe psychological distress. Potentially mission-critical failure. Except the mission itself was now suspect. Everything was suspect. I need to go, he managed, his voice unnaturally flat. Thank you for showing me this. Wait, Ron called as Harry turned toward the door. What about the research? We thought these might contain clues about the stone. Another time, Harry cut him off, needing solitude to process this existential upheaval. I'll see you tomorrow. He swept from the room before they could respond, pulling the invisibility cloak around himself as soon as he was in the corridor. His feet carried him automatically through the castle, his body operating on training and muscle memory while his mind struggled with the collapsing architecture of everything he had believed about himself. Harry found himself at the astronomy tower, the highest point in Hogwarts, cold winter air cutting through his robes as he stood looking out over the moonlit grounds. The invisibility cloak hung limply from his shoulders, no longer necessary for concealment in this deserted place but somehow comforting in its connection to James Potter. His father. Not an enemy, not a coward, but a man who had died trying to protect his wife and child. For the first time in his remembered life, Harry Potter experienced grief, raw, unfiltered by occlumency or training or the emotional suppression that had been his constant companion. Grief for parents he had never known, for a life that had been stolen from him, for the child he might have been if Voldemort had not taken him that night. And beneath the grief, something else stirred, something hot and unfamiliar and dangerous, anger. Not the cold, calculated anger Voldemort had taught him to harness, but something visceral and untamed. Anger at the deception, at the manipulation, at the systematic reshaping of his mind and identity to serve Voldemort's purposes. The solstice was 4 days away. The stone's acquisition still achievable. Voldemort's arrival still imminent. But everything had changed. Harry Potter, not Alexander Heir, not Voldemort's heir, but Harry Potter, son of Lily and James, stood at a crossroads he had never been prepared to face. For the first time in his life, he had a choice to make. His choice, not one predetermined by training or conditioning or the carefully constructed worldview Voldemort had built within him. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. Harry looked out over the Hogwarts grounds, feeling the cold wind against his face, and began to plan, not for Voldemort's mission, but for his own. The days leading up to the solstice passed in a haze of careful preparation and deeper deception than Harry had ever attempted. Outwardly, he maintained his cover as Alexander Heir, attending meals with Ron and Hermione, participating in snowball fights with the Weasleys, presenting the image of a student enjoying his Christmas holidays. Inwardly, he was reconstructing himself, evaluating every belief, every memory, every aspect of his identity through the lens of his new understanding. The process was painful and disorienting, like performing surgery on his own psyche without anesthesia. He reported to Voldemort each night as scheduled, providing updates on his preparations for acquiring the stone. These communications represented the most dangerous deception, maintaining perfect occlumency while lying directly to the wizard who had trained him in the art. One slip, one hint of his changed perspective, and Voldemort would know immediately that his weapon had turned. All preparations are complete, Master, Harry reported through the obsidian disc on the night before the solstice. I'll enter the third-floor corridor tomorrow at midnight, secure the stone, and await your arrival as instructed. Good, Voldemort's cold voice approved. You've served me well in this, Harry. When I arrive, when the stone is in my possession, your true position as my heir will be revealed to the wizarding world. The child prophesied to destroy me will instead stand at my right hand, the ultimate victory over fate itself. I live to serve you, Master, Harry replied, the words he had spoken countless times now hollow in his mouth. Indeed you do, Voldemort agreed, satisfaction evident in his tone. Tomorrow, Harry Potter dies forever, and my heir rises in his place." The communication ended, leaving Harry alone in his dormitory, the weight of his decision pressing upon him. Tomorrow would determine everything, not just the fate of the Philosopher's Stone, but his own fate as well. He spent that final day laying false trails, creating contingencies, and making preparations of his own. He visited the library one last time with Ron and Hermione, carefully planted misinformation about his plans for the evening, and ensured his absence wouldn't be noted until it was too late. Most critically, he located Nicholas Flamel's original research on the Philosopher's Stone, hidden in a restricted text Hermione had somehow gained access to. The alchemical principles described there, combined with knowledge imparted during his training with Voldemort, gave Harry the final piece of information he needed. As night fell on December 21st, the winter solstice, Harry sat alone in the Slytherin common room, watching the flames dance in the fireplace. In his pocket, he carried Dumbledore's golden token, the one that could alert Ron and Hermione if he activated it. Beside him on the couch lay the invisibility cloak that had once belonged to his father. At precisely 11 o'clock, Harry rose, donned the cloak, and slipped from the Slytherin dormitory for the last time. His path through the castle was direct and purposeful, avoiding the usual patrol routes with practiced ease. Within 15 minutes, he stood before the door to the third-floor corridor, wand ready, mind focused despite the emotional turbulence of recent days. "Alohomora," he whispered, and the door unlocked with a soft click. Beyond lay the first guardian, Fluffy, the massive three-headed dog Hagrid had accidentally revealed was susceptible to music. Before the creature could fully wake, Harry conjured a small music box that began playing a soft, hypnotic melody. The dog's 6 eyes drooped almost immediately, and within moments, it was snoring peacefully. Harry moved the massive paw covering the trapdoor, opened it, and descended into darkness, the music box continuing to play above. He cast a silent cushioning charm just before landing on the devil's snare below, then immediately followed with Lumos Solum, creating intense light that caused the plant to recoil, releasing him to continue downward. The Chamber of Flying Keys presented minimal challenge. The correct key was identifiable by its damaged wing, and Harry's training had included extensive broom work. Within minutes, he had captured it and unlocked the door to the next chamber. McGonagall's giant chess set was more time-consuming but ultimately conquerable. Harry had studied chess strategy extensively, and while he lacked Ron's natural talent for the game, his methodical approach eventually secured victory, though not without sacrificing several pieces in the process. The troll beyond was already unconscious, someone had preceded him, confirming one of his suspicions about tonight's events. Harry stepped carefully around the creature and entered Snape's challenge, a room containing a row of potions and a logic puzzle. He solved it quickly, identifying the potion that would allow him to pass through the black flames into the final chamber. Before drinking it, however, Harry paused, mentally reviewing his plan one final time. Everything that followed would determine not just the stone's fate but his own. With resolution hardening his resolve, Harry drank the potion and stepped through the flames into the final chamber. The room beyond was large and circular, dominated by an ornate mirror in the center, the Mirror of Heir, which Harry had researched extensively after overhearing Dumbledore mention it to McGonagall. Standing before it was a familiar figure, back turned, turban slightly askew. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said calmly, allowing his invisibility cloak to slide off his shoulders. Quirrell turned, his usual stammer completely absent when he spoke. "Potter. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here tonight." The use of his real name confirmed what Harry had already suspected. Quirrell knew his true identity. "You've been trying to steal the stone for Voldemort," he stated, not a question but an observation. "Clever boy," Quirrell smiled coldly. "Yes, though I've been unsuccessful thus far. The mirror refuses to yield its secret." He gestured toward the Mirror of Heir. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but I cannot determine how to extract it." "Your master," Harry repeated, advancing slowly into the room. "And where is he now?" A high, cold laugh emanated not from Quirrell but from somewhere around him. "Closer than you might think, Harry Potter." Harry's scar exploded with pain as Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. As the fabric fell away, the back of Quirrell's head was revealed to be another face entirely, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils. Voldemort. Weakened, parasitic, but undeniably present. "Do you see what I have become?" the face whispered. "Shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body, but always there have been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds." "Master," Harry acknowledged, dropping to one knee in the gesture of respect that had been drilled into him since childhood. His mind raced behind perfect occlumency shields, calculating angles, timing, opportunities. "My faithful heir," Voldemort's face smiled, a terrible sight. "Rise. Complete your mission. Obtain the stone from the mirror." Harry stood and approached the mirror of Eriste cautiously. "I didn't expect to find you here, Master." "The communication disc, a necessary deception," Voldemort interrupted. "Dumbledore has been watching you too closely. I could not risk him detecting my presence within the castle until the stone was secured." Harry nodded, appearing to accept this explanation while internally noting the additional lie. Standing before the mirror now, he saw not his reflection but something else entirely, himself holding the Philosopher's Stone, then placing it in his pocket. Simultaneously, he felt a real weight drop into his actual pocket. Dumbledore's enchantment had worked exactly as intended, the stone could only be retrieved by someone who wanted to find it but not use it. "What do you see?" Voldemort demanded impatiently. "I see myself presenting the stone to you, Master," Harry lied smoothly. "You restore yourself to full power, and we stand together as you always promised," the Dark Lord and his heir revealed to the wizarding world. "And where is the stone itself?" Voldemort's face narrowed with suspicion. "I don't know," Harry admitted, the partial truth serving his deception. "The mirror shows me the outcome, not the method." "Use the boy," Voldemort commanded Quirrell. "He has been trained in occlumency, but he cannot resist me directly." Quirrell moved forward, seizing Harry by the wrist. Immediately, Harry felt searing pain where their skin connected, not from his scar this time, but from the contact itself. Quirrell released him with a howl, his fingers blistering before their eyes. "Master, I cannot touch him," Quirrell cried. "Then kill him and take the stone from his corpse," Voldemort ordered coldly. The moment had come. Harry's hand slipped into his pocket, fingers closing around both the Philosopher's Stone and Dumbledore's golden token. With a swift movement, he pressed his thumb to his initials on the token, activating its alert to Ron and Hermione. "Before you try," Harry said clearly, his voice steady despite the enormity of what he was about to do, "there's something you should know." "What might that be, my heir?" Voldemort asked, his red eyes gleaming with malevolent anticipation. Harry straightened to his full height, discarding the deferential posture that had been part of his conditioning for as long as he could remember. "I'm not your heir," he declared. "I never was. I'm Harry Potter, son of Lily and James Potter, the parents who died protecting me from you." Voldemort's face contorted with fury. "Foolish child. I gave you purpose, power, identity. Without me, you are nothing." "You gave me lies," Harry countered, his own anger rising to match Voldemort's. "You told me my parents died abandoning me, that they used me as a shield. I know the truth now. My mother sacrificed herself for me, and that sacrifice lives on in my blood, that's why Quirrell can't touch me." "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed. "Kill him now!" Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry was faster, years of intensive training serving him now in rebellion rather than obedience. A stunning spell struck Quirrell squarely in the chest, momentarily disabling him but not Voldemort, who continued to scream from the back of Quirrell's head. "You cannot escape me, Harry Potter." Voldemort raged. "I raised you. I shaped you. Everything you are belongs to me." "Not anymore," Harry replied, backing toward the chamber's exit, stone secure in his pocket. "I choose who I am now." And I choose to be what my parents died for, not what you tried to make me." With a wordless scream of rage, Voldemort forced Quirrell's stunned body to move, lurching toward Harry with hands outstretched. Instinctively, Harry raised his own hands to defend himself, and when they connected with Quirrell's face, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell's skin blistered and cracked wherever Harry touched it, as if he couldn't bear contact with something so antithetical to his master's essence. Realizing this power, Harry pressed his advantage, grabbing Quirrell's arm with both hands, focusing his will into the contact. The pain in Harry's scar intensified to near blinding levels as Voldemort screamed through Quirrell's mouth. The professor's body began to crumble, literally turning to ash beneath Harry's touch. Harry maintained his grip despite the agony, understanding instinctively that this protection, his mother's final gift to him, was his only advantage against the Dark Lord who had raised him. As Quirrell's body disintegrated completely, a spectral form rose from the ashes, Voldemort's spirit, no longer bound to its host, terrible in its rage. It rushed toward Harry with a final scream of fury. "You will never be free of me, Harry Potter. I am in your blood, your scar, your very soul. You belong to me, and you always will." The spirit passed through Harry's body like ice, amplifying the pain in his scar to unbearable levels. As darkness began to claim his consciousness, Harry heard distant voices calling his name, not Alexander, but Harry, and realized with fading awareness that Dumbledore had arrived, along with Ron and Hermione. His last thought before blackness claimed him was surprisingly clear. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had made a choice entirely his own. Consciousness returned gradually, brightness resolving into the familiar ceiling of the hospital wing. Harry blinked, taking stock of his body, intact but weakened, suggesting magical exhaustion rather than physical injury. His scar no longer burned, though a dull ache persisted behind his forehead. "Ah, you're awake," came Dumbledore's gentle voice from beside the bed. "How do you feel, Harry?" The use of his real name confirmed what Harry already knew: his cover was irreparably blown. Somehow, that realization brought relief rather than anxiety. "Like I've been hit by a bludger," he answered honestly. "How long have I been here?" 3 days, Dumbledore replied. Quite a dramatic way to conclude the term, I must say. Harry attempted to sit up, Dumbledore helping arrange pillows behind him. From this new position, he could see gifts and cards piled on his bedside table, an unexpected sight that momentarily derailed his thoughts. "Tokens from your friends," Dumbledore explained, following his gaze. "Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley have been most concerned about you. They've visited every day, though Madame Pomfrey has been quite strict about allowing you to rest." Friends. The concept still felt foreign, yet undeniably real. "They know," Harry stated rather than asked. "About me. Who I really am." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though I believe they suspected something unusual about Alexander Heir for some time. Miss Granger, in particular, had begun researching old pure-blood genealogies and found certain inconsistencies in your background." Of course she had. Harry couldn't suppress a small smile at Hermione's thoroughness. "And the stone?" "Safe," Dumbledore assured him. "Nicholas and I have discussed the matter, and we've agreed the stone should be destroyed." "But Flamel will die," Harry pointed out, recalling his research. "He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order." As he put it, to one as old as Nicholas, death is merely the next great adventure. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled. "But I suspect you have more pressing questions than the fate of the stone." Harry did, many of them, but organizing his thoughts proved challenging. The mental framework that had structured his entire existence had collapsed, leaving uncertainty where once had been absolute conviction. "You knew who I was," he finally said. "From the beginning." "Yes," Dumbledore acknowledged. "From the moment Alexander Heir was sorted." "Why didn't you expose me?" Harry asked, the question that had troubled him most. "You knew I was raised by Voldemort, trained as his weapon. I was sent to steal the stone. I was a threat to everyone here. Dumbledore's expression softened with something like compassion. Because, Harry, I believed there was hope for you. The night Voldemort took you, I feared the worst, that the child of James and Lily Potter was lost forever. When you appeared at Hogwarts under a false identity, I saw an opportunity. For what? For you to discover who you truly are, Dumbledore said simply. Not who Voldemort trained you to be, but who you might become when given freedom to choose. I believe in the power of love, Harry, the love your parents had for you, which saved you once before, and the capacity for love that exists within you despite everything Voldemort did to suppress it. Harry considered this, finding the explanation both satisfying and frustrating in its simplicity. You manipulated me, he observed, not accusingly but factually. The invisibility cloak, the room with my parents' possessions, even encouraging my friendship with Ron and Hermione, you were countering Voldemort's conditioning with your own. Dumbledore inclined his head, accepting the assessment. I presented opportunities, Harry. You made the choices. That distinction is crucial. A silence fell between them as Harry processed this, weighing Dumbledore's subtle influence against Voldemort's brutal conditioning. Both had attempted to shape him toward their own ends, yet the methods and purposes couldn't have been more different. What happens now? Harry finally asked, the question encompassing his entire uncertain future. Voldemort isn't truly gone. He'll find another way to return, another body to possess. I fear you're right, Dumbledore agreed gravely. The connection between you remains, as I suspect you're aware. Your scar is no ordinary curse mark. Harry nodded, one hand rising unconsciously to touch the lightning bolt on his forehead. He said I belong to him, that he's in my blood, my scar, my soul. What did he mean? A shadow passed across Dumbledore's face. A question for another time, perhaps, when you've had more opportunity to recover. Suffice to say, the connection between you and Voldemort is complex and ancient magic, formed the night he tried to kill you and strengthened, I believe, during the years he raised you. Harry recognized the deflection but chose not to press. There would be time for such revelations later. The other students, what do they know? Only that Alexander Sayre has departed Hogwarts due to a family emergency, Dumbledore explained. Your true identity remains known only to a select few, myself, Professors McGonagall and Snape, and of course, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, who have sworn to maintain your privacy. Relief washed through Harry at this news. The prospect of facing the entire school as the boy who lived, with all the attendant expectations and scrutiny, was overwhelming to contemplate. And where will I go? He asked, the question revealing vulnerability he would never have shown weeks earlier. I can't return to Voldemort, but I have nowhere else. Dumbledore's eyes softened. There are arrangements to be made, certainly. For the immediate future, I believe the Weasleys would be delighted to host you. Molly and Arthur are among the few adults I've trusted with your situation, and they've offered their home without hesitation. The generosity of this offer, from people who didn't even know him, struck Harry profoundly. Why would they do that? I've been trained as a dark wizard, raised by the man who terrorized the wizarding world. I'm dangerous. You're also 11 years old, Dumbledore pointed out gently. A child who has never had a proper childhood. The Weasleys understand this better than most. He leaned forward slightly. What you've been taught, Harry, does not define what you can become. You've already proven that by your choices in the chamber. Before Harry could respond, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Ron and Hermione, who rushed forward when they saw him awake. They halted uncertainly at his bedside, clearly torn between excitement at his recovery and awareness of his radically altered identity. We'll continue our conversation later, Dumbledore said, rising. I believe your friends have been most anxious to speak with you. With a reassuring smile, the headmaster departed, leaving Harry alone with the two Gryffindors. An awkward silence fell, broken finally by Ron's direct approach. So. Harry Potter, huh? Bit of a shock, that. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling at the understatement. For me too, in some ways. We should have realized sooner, Hermione said, her expression a mixture of self-recrimination and wonder. There were so many inconsistencies in your background. And your knowledge of certain subjects was far beyond first-year level. That's because you were trained by you-know-who himself, Ron added, his voice dropping to a whisper despite the empty hospital wing. Dumbledore told us, well, some of it. Enough to understand. Harry studied their faces, searching for fear or revulsion and finding instead concern, curiosity, and something that looked remarkably like acceptance. And you're still here, he observed, unable to keep the wonder from his voice. Even knowing who raised me, what I was sent to do. Of course we are, Hermione said firmly. You chose to stop him in the end. That's what matters. Besides, Ron added with a crooked grin, you saved Hermione from that troll, remember? You could have just left her there if you were really on you-know-whose side. The simple logic of this statement struck Harry as profoundly insightful. Even at the beginning of his mission, something within him had resisted the coldly strategic approach his training demanded. Perhaps Dumbledore was right, perhaps some core of his true self had survived Voldemort's conditioning, waiting for the opportunity to emerge. I don't know who I am anymore, Harry admitted, the confession easier than he would have expected. I've been Alexander Sayre, Voldemort's heir, for so long that I'm not sure what remains underneath. Hermione sat carefully on the edge of his bed. You're Harry Potter, she said simply. And you get to decide what that means now. Yeah, Ron agreed. And you don't have to figure it all out at once. Mum says you're coming to stay with us this summer, plenty of time to work things out over Quidditch and Mum's cooking. The casual acceptance in their voices, the assumption that his identity was not fixed but evolving, not predetermined but his to shape, offered Harry something he'd never experienced before, genuine hope. I'd like that, he said quietly. Though I should warn you, I'm bringing a lot of complications with me. Voldemort will return. He'll come for me again. We know, Hermione acknowledged. Dumbledore explained that part too. But you won't face him alone next time. Ron nodded emphatically. That's what friends are for, right? Facing evil dark lords together and all that. Friends. The concept still felt new, fragile, almost too precious to acknowledge directly. Yet here they were, offering not just friendship but allegiance, binding their fates to his despite knowing the dangers that entailed. For the first time since discovering the truth about his parents, Harry felt something like peace. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with challenges he could barely imagine. Voldemort would return. The connection between them would need to be understood, perhaps eventually severed. His knowledge of dark magic, extensive and dangerous, would require careful management. But he would not face these challenges as Voldemort's weapon. He would face them as Harry Potter, with friends beside him and the legacy of his parents' love to guide him. Thank you, he said simply, the words inadequate but heartfelt. As Ron and Hermione smiled in response, Harry felt something shift within him, not the fracturing of his former self but the first tentative integration of something new. Not Alexander Sayre, not Voldemort's heir, but Harry Potter, a name and identity he was only beginning to understand, yet already knew he would spend a lifetime defining for himself. Blood and choice. The past and the future. What had been taken, and what could yet be built. For the boy who had been taken, the path forward was finally his own. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.